Good morning, guys. Welcome back to Revolution. We're going to go through Revelation 16:5, Bees' expansion, a response to Nick Sayers by TurretinFan's. So this is his third video. He has part 3 of question mark because he's continually going through my book. And so we are going to go through this. But just before we do that, I want to quickly address what was said, I think it was yesterday or maybe the day before, about Easter. And so this was an interview by Dwayne Green and Bryan Ross. And so what I'm going to do, I'm just going to quickly check all the vitals here and just have a look and see if the sound is working. So I'll just quickly check this. I'll just go back a few seconds.
Easter can be used of the Jewish Passover, especially.
Okay. Back a few seconds. Easter can be used of the Jewish. Okay, great. So that's all working. Now, I did get a mention in this. And so basically, Bryan Ross has written a book about Easter. I think this is maybe 2 years old now. It could be a little bit older, but and so he wrote a book, Don't Pass Over Easter. Now, when I first saw this, I was like, oh, he's copied my work. And so in a sense where I wrote an article called Why We Should Not Pass Over Easter in 2005. Now, this was published in a magazine, Contending Earnestly for the Faith, in 2007, and then I wrote another article in 2007 which appeared in the 2008 Easter article in the Contending Earnestly for the Faith. Now I wrote another article, I think it was in about 2012. That was the third Easter article, and that one I did a video of the first two articles, and that was probably about 2009. But the third article, I did a video, I think it was in about 2015 when I was in Pakistan. So I had a bit of spare time. I was like, okay, I'm going to do this. So these three articles were entitled Why We Should Not Pass Over Easter. So Bryan Ross has written the book, and so most of the information, we are actually in agreement with pretty much everything because it's just showing the data. Most people are coming full circle and realizing that it's not a pagan issue, it's not a pagan festival, and so that cuts out half of the entire argument that I was making back in like 2005, because that was the type of thing that was just very popular among King James people, among critical text people, like James White in his book, he says it's a pagan thing, and so. When I first saw Bryan Ross's book, I was like, "No, you've taken my name. Why we should not pass over Easter?" And he's got "Don't pass over Easter." Okay. Now, one of the reasons why I thought that was because his conclusions, were in the name why we should not pass over Easter. Obviously, there's a pun there. So to pass over Easter means, why we should not put Passover in the place of Easter there, okay? Like, so the New King James does. But when we got Don't Pass Over Easter, which is pretty much the same thing, it's sort of like there's a pun there, but Bryan Ross thinks that we should put Passover on Easter. If just say Bryan Ross was... given $1 billion to work on a mild King James update sort of thing, just updating a few words here and there, he would probably go, okay, well, let's put Passover there, like the New King James guys did. Because Easter, according to these guys, is completely obsolete in that place in Acts chapter 12, verse 4. So that was sort of like my main point. Like the New King James translators shouldn't have updated this to Passover, but they should have let it remain Easter, because that was the original intent of the 1611 translators. So that was one of the main reasons why I wrote my articles, was because I was a New King James guy. I thought Passover was accurate. I was where these guys were at, back in 2000. 2, I think it was, read articles to the contrary, changed my position, studied it, and then my study, I thought, well, I can turn this into an article, so I did, and then it got published, and so that's back, we're looking 20 years ago, so it's a long time ago, and so when you go through my article, it's it's a bit green, it's a bit fresh, and so the articles get better as they go along, because even when I wrote the whole entire article, I didn't have any footnotes, none, and so someone just actually who did the put the article into Contending Earnestly for the Faith magazine, which was by my friend Philip Powell. So he used to be the General Secretary for the Assemblies of God here in Australia. So he left because of all the hoo-ha with weirdos like Benny Hinn and stuff coming into the Assemblies of God Church. And so back in '92, he left that, and he would bring out this magazine. And in Australia, it was very popular, this magazine, because he was just talking about groups like Hillsong, and he knew these people from Hillsong very personally, grew up with them. He knew about all the scandals that were happening. This is back in the 90s. And so so I used to run Philip's website. I liked what he was doing. I agreed with him theologically on pretty much everything. He was a Textus Receptus guy. He liked to separate himself from the King James. Back then, it wasn't really known that the King James is its own type of Textus Receptus. There was a lot of confusion about that, and so. But I think if I had explained, like if he was still alive, he died a few years back. I think if I had explained my position now, where I've come to, that the King James is sort of like a final Textus Receptus edition, and that's what Hills wrote anyway. But he sort of saw that Scrivener had made that final edition, where I'm like, yeah, he did a pretty good job at making that, but there's a few little errors here and there, so it's really splitting hairs. But he would have understood all that. So we were talking about all that sort of stuff, and so. So anyway, where am I going with this? With Easter, because I've debated this, I've talked about Easter for years and years and years. So it's one of those topics where if you get me talking about it, I can probably waffle on for like 3 hours here. So I don't want to do that. I want to, because I know a lot of people already know my position. So basically the difference between Brian's position and my position, and I think Dwayne summed it up quite adequately here. The difference is, I believe that in the time between Tyndale and the King James translators, I might even get my article up here. So if you actually go to easterau.com, so easterau.com. So I've got my first video here. So the video that I made is basically me just speaking out the first 2 articles. The second video is what I made in 2015 in Pakistan. So that's me speaking the 3rd article. And I added a little bit because I did show Philip Powell this 3rd one, but he didn't really like it. I think what had transpired was in my 2005, 2007 articles, I dealt with a whole bunch of stuff. But one thing I dealt with and sort of, put it in its coffin and buried it was the whole concept of it being related to Ishtar. Now, a few years later, a lot of people are saying, well, it's not related to Ishtar, but it's related to Yostar. And it's like this other second goddess. And it's like, okay. And so I sort of had to deal with that, but it was a little bit more tricky in a sense. And when I wrote the article, I sort of put it in a perspective like a hypothetical. Like, imagine if it did come from Yostar, what's the worst case scenario? Okay, so and in the video, I sort of go through and say, look, I don't think this really ever happened. But in the article, I wasn't that clear about that. I just sort of said, well, hypothetically, we can use these words. If we use words like Hades for hell, we use theos for God. We're using Greek words that were thoroughly polluted with paganism. We're using them in the New Testament. Surely the English-speaking people can grab words from here and there that have a tiny little bit of baggage and use these words, And then I go on to say, well, I don't agree with that. I think my previous 2 articles clearly explain that the word resurrection is from Usta.
which comes from Auferstehung, which means resurrection. And so, so we got Chris and Laura Colgroves says, thank you for your work on Easter. Good sir, really changed my view. Cheers, Chris. Dan Straight says, shalom, brethren. Welcome, shalom, Dan Straight. So it's so ridiculous bowing down to language police and pagan days. They own nothing. Yeah, and that was one of the main things I wanted to bring out in my third article was, the pagan, what it was the same coin, but a different side of the Hebrew roots movement, where if basically every culture was pagan except for the Hebrews. So unless you're doing a Hebrew translation, how can you not use pagan words? Like we see that with the Greek culture, they're using all these pagan gods and Tartarus and all these words that come from paganism, and we're just using them to explain Christianity to Greek people. Surely when you go to the Latins, when you go to English, when you go to German, you're going to use those terms too. So that was one of the concepts I put in my third article, but realistically, that wasn't my main point. It was sort of like, well, the worst case scenario is even if it does, the New Testament does this anyway. But I don't think it did happen. I think the word Easter means resurrection. It's not related to Ishtar whatsoever, or Yosta. So, anyway, this is my first article. So if you do go to my website, I do have some links here to Article 2 here. And I'll just type in OBS, I think it is. Should be down the bottom of the page. Oh, yeah, here. So I do mention thus when Easter was referred to, I'll just enlarge on this so you guys can read along. Here. So thus when Easter was referred to in any of the 1611 King James Version prefaces or tables, it was referring to what we know today to be Easter. It never refers to Easter as Passover, and when Passover is referred to, it is a Jewish holiday. From the above, we must conclude that Easter was inserted by the King James Version translators. When it was inserted, it was done so by design, showing their trend of using Easter as a post-resurrection Pascha and Passover as a pre-resurrection Pascha. And then, so listen carefully, also causing the definition of Easter as the Jewish Passover to become obsolete. So what I'm teaching in my second article in 2011 is that when the King James brought out their edition, basically this was causing the concept of the Jewish Passover being labeled as Easter to become obsolete. This was like I wouldn't say the final nail on the coffin, but it was sort of like putting the lid on the coffin. Okay, so it would have been in the usage of the King James, and people reading it going, okay, well, Easter here is only in one place, and it's after the resurrection. It's the only place warranted to have that in that place there. So also causing the definition of the Jewish Passover to become obsolete, as the Oxford Dictionary would later define Easter in the multi-volume Oxford English Dictionary, and also showing a secondary meaning to the Jewish Passover obsolete. Okay, so I do mention in my 2016 article, my 2011 article, that this is what the Oxford English Dictionary shows. So I was aware that what they had in the Oxford English Dictionary was that they said it was the Jewish Passover obsolete, and then in their usage underneath, they actually have Acts chapter 12, verse 4. So they're sort of saying that, from Tyndale all the way through to the King James, it had the usage of the Jewish Passover, where what I was saying was, no, if you were just to look at the Bibles, that type of thing only went to the Bishop's Bible. Then the next edition was the King James, and it was only put into the post-resurrection narrative, or in other words, in a chronological sequence. You had all these occurrences. Say in the New Testament, you had 28 occurrences of Pascha being before the cross and before the resurrection, and then you have once after that. So that's the only place where it's warranted to be the Christian celebration of the resurrection of Jesus Christ. And so I'll put this article here in the mix. And so if anyone wants to have a look at that, I do have a lot of quotes from people talking about that the apostles themselves were celebrating Easter, and historians saying this type of thing, and quotations from Eusebius and other people. But I don't want to get too far involved with that. So what I wrote here was, thus agreeing with Saville, so it's Henry Saville, who was an Oxford man himself, the above backs up our previous article about Easter, that the translation ended an 86-year trend that began with Tyndale. Okay, so Tyndale, he had begun to use Easter as a New Testament word, but he passed away. Then over the years, people used Easter and Passover as sort of like synonyms. But then when it came to the King James, they skillfully put it in its only correct semantic range. The place after the resurrection in a chronological sequence is Acts chapter 12, verse 4. It's the only place after the resurrection. Now, there are two other places after that, like in a sense where it talks about, I think it's Hebrews 11, talks about the Jewish Passover. It says Moses kept the Passover. So obviously that's talking about back in the Old Testament. So it's going to use the word Passover. And also it says, let us keep the feast, talking about the Passover. And so it's obviously talking about the old covenant Passover. I think it says Christ, our Passover, is sacrificed for us. So it's talking about the shadow, that Christ is a fulfillment of that shadow. But it's interesting that Tyndale has Christ, our Easter lamb. It's quite interesting. So anyway, I would encourage you to read through my articles. There's a lot of stuff there that it's just said, and people really need to think about it and study it for themselves. So, but if you don't want to read through all this, I would just go to my easterau.com site and watch the videos. I basically, in the first video, I read it all out. So that was done about 12 years ago. And so, yeah, that's the basic groundwork. So at the end of the day, I have been aware of this for, I guess, 15 years, that the Oxford English Dictionary had this meaning, the Jewish Passover, obsolete. And so, yeah, I've got links to the Oxford. I think, yeah, on my website, I'm pretty sure that I do link to the Oxford. So you can check that out yourself. Yeah, archive documents. Yeah, anyway, I think I've got them, but I should really update them, because maybe this probably hasn't been updated for quite a long time. Yeah, 2016. And then, yeah, actually, that wasn't me. That was someone else. And so, yeah, I haven't updated this page for like 12 years. So, so basically, my position and Bryan Ross's position, they're exactly the same, except Bryan Ross believes that the usage in the King James Version was the same as the bishops, the Geneva, and all the rest of it, where my understanding is the King James translators, they looked at all this evidence and they were putting words into its correct place. And so I know in so maybe what I'll do, I'll just play this and we'll deal with the issues as they come up, because I don't want to speak before they say things, and sometimes that might just save me talking for about 5 minutes and trying to explain things when they just talk about it. So I'll go through some of these comments as I'm going, so I don't get bogged down with a bunch of stuff. 2 hours later, I start reading them. As Christ planned to resurrect but made sure it wasn't on a pagan holiday. That gives them power and respect they don't deserve. If not of, okay. As in Christ, yes. So anyway, I'll let the readers read that and understand that. It's pagan if you worship other gods, not because it's on a certain day or sounds like the name of a pagan day. We celebrate the resurrection. In Brazil, it's called Paschal. Yeah, and so most other cultures have a word related to Pasch or Pashka or the Hebrew Pesach. But in English, so this is one of the things when I did my first article, I mentioned that this is like the whole thing about it being related to a pagan goddess. It's only really like English people sort of made this stuff up, like the Venerable Bede. Now it does go back. Adam Clark mentions this. There's a few other people. I think it was Gill. Some people felt they didn't like the word Easter in the Bible, and they started to say, "Oh, we think it's a pagan thing." And so it started after the 1611 was published. And so some people were actually cancelling their whole the entire Easter services, saying it's pagan. The whole thing's pagan, you know. And I was like, well, what about people who are in different countries? Like, say, if you're in Spain or you're wherever, Italy, and it's related to the word Pasch. Do you have to cancel it, or is it only English-speaking people because it's related to Easter is an English word, you know? It means it's related to the German, which is related to the word for resurrection. But they say, oh, it's related to the German, which is related to a pagan goddess. So, so English-speaking people can't do it, but everyone else can celebrate Easter, or, you know, they wouldn't call it Easter. They call it Pascha, or, you know, even the Greeks, they call it Pascha. And so it's just bizarre. It's just an Anglo-centric conspiracy theory that's gotten out of hand, and people are pulling the reins on that now. And I've been trying for years and years and years and years to get Christians to see that it's not pagan. And that's where, you know, me and Bryan Ross are pretty much, we have the same type of information. You know, it's not a pagan thing. KJV today. And so when I'd written my articles, you know, he was very influential in a lot of people turning from the pagan concept, and he has adopted the concept that I got firstly from Scott Jones in his Easter article, and so he has gone the same route that I have, but I guess like I'm doing more of an etymological link back to the Teutonic, what like Scott Jones did, where KJV today is just sort of mostly going through scriptures and just showing how it's related to the rising and the dawn and all this sort of stuff to show it means resurrection. Yeah, so Dan Straits says, I've even heard the pagans adapted the day and combined it after many people converted to Christianity. Yeah, there's a lot of stories about Easter. I mean, almost the only historical reference to Yosta, this goddess, is Bede. And when you go through Bede's material, when you look at critics of Bede, some people say that Bede, he could have just been assuming that this is what happened, that it was there was a month named after a goddess. But just because he said that, it doesn't mean they had a fully fledged, you know, cycle of worship for this goddess. You know what I mean? If it existed at all, in a sense where we have Thursday, it doesn't mean we're all worshiping for. You know what I mean? It's just a name. And so people blow it right out of proportion and say, oh, people were worshiping this thing and all the rest of it. I think 99.9% of it is all imagination. The Easter and the Dino private parts are the worst arguments ever in the King James Version. Yeah, I do get that a lot. You know, the stones and stuff. I think it's in the book of Job. Some of the days of the week are named after pagan gods. You don't see Christians freaking out over Saturday or Sunday. Yeah, I mean, people say, well, let's meet up on a Thursday. It doesn't mean you're worshiping Thor. But yeah, the books like Pagan Christianity by, I think it was Frank Barner and another guy, they're just ridiculous. Everything's pagan. The numbers in the Bible apparently are pagan. The chapter titles are pagan. Everything is pagan except for the Bible. But then you go through the New Testament and they use Greek pagan words. They're just not living in reality there. People just want to see this type of scandal everywhere. I'm sure Bart Ehrman's probably got another 50 books lined up to talk about all this sort of hoo-ha. It's like believing the Zeitgeist movie is true. Yeah, I remember when I went through the Zeitgeist movie, they went through the 9/11 stuff. I'm like, nah, that's the loose change, weird stuff where they didn't find any plane wreckage on the lawn. But then they did. When you go through their websites, it's like, there's no plane wreckage on the lawn. And then they've got picture of parts of plane wreckage there. It's like, oh, well, they dragged it there. It's like, no, it's either there or it's not. You said it wasn't there. And then when you look on closer investigation, they're saying, yeah, it is there, but it got put there. And it's like, have you got proof that someone put it there? And so anyway, I don't gel on the whole loose change thing. I think it's ridiculous. And I usually when I'm talking about 9/11, I just look at Tower 7. Focus on Tower 7. It tells the whole story. And go back to the history of why Tower 7 was actually built. It was built because of the first Trade Center bombing. It was basically indestructible, but it just fell. And it's quite interesting. When you follow that sort of rabbit trail, you end up just standing there going, yeah, something's wrong here. A lot of people go, oh, the Pentagon, there's no plane wreckage. But you go through these guys who are claiming that through their website, and they've got pictures of the plane there. And it's like, why? Yeah, to me, that's just a distraction. But anyway, Zeitgeist, then they had the whole, Jesus, the Son of God. He's the Son in the sky. And has nothing to do with Ben in Hebrew or Helios or in the Sun in the sky in Greek or anything. It's a purely English thing. So the Son, S-U-N, and the Son, S-O-N. Oh, they sound the same. They're homophones, so they must be related. And so this is a type of ridiculous thing that you see. I remember a guy, he thought he had me cornered. Sometimes I meet people, they're like, oh, you're a Christian, are you? And they had their best argument. So he brought up this concept about the sun. And I just watched the Zeitgeist movie and sort of debunked it. And then he was bringing this argument up with me. And I just said, so what relation... You realize, and I said, you realize the English language has only been around since about 500, at the earliest, maybe 700. I said, so when you go to the Bible, it's written in Hebrew and Greek, you're saying that the sun is the same as the sun in the sky. So it's Ben is the sun in Hebrew, and Weos is the sun in Greek. How are these related to the sun in the sky? And he just realized this fallacy. He was just sucked in by probably that movie. And he just went quiet. Like he was all day like at me. And then when I said that, he just realized, oh, hang on, I'm saying something really stupid here. And he backed out. And so, yeah, the Zeitgeist movie. But then they did the one on the banks. That was the third part. And that was pretty accurate. The whole Federal Reserve thing, but that's sort of like the first tier. I mean, everything stops in America sort of thing. It's like, nah, the Federal Reserve is basically run and manipulated by the Swiss banks. And when you go into that, the Bank for International Settlements, that's the one that's like the mother hen of all Federal Reserves. And they dictate to the American Federal Reserve what their interest rates are going to be. They dictate the price of gold twice a day. And it's quite interesting if you look into those guys, who they are, then you can realize, who's running the Federal Reserves around the world. So obviously the American Federal Reserve has a lot of power, and that's a face of the BIS. But and also too, the whole concept of having a gold standard, used to be right into all that, Ron Paul gold standard, all this. and which is usually how you run an economy. But the thing is, the Bretton Woods Agreement was changed in 1972. So 1972, Bretton Woods was overturned. And so what they were doing was confiscating the gold off the American people. And so they stopped doing that then. So back then you couldn't really get the paper money and go and buy gold, because gold would be confiscated from people. And so if you had large amounts of gold, the government were confiscating that. That's what came from Roosevelt. But after that, when they reversed the Bretton Woods thing, you were allowed to buy as much gold as you wanted. So the paper, inadvertently, if you can buy gold with that paper money, it's a reverse gold standard. And so, instead of the gold being in the vaults of Fort Knox valuing the money, the vault's out in the public valuing the money. And so it's an interesting thing. And usually that's how, like in some countries, they might have diamond mines or oil or something like that. And it's the commodities that's valuing their currency, but it's still in the ground or whatever, but or it's out in public. And that's what values their currency. And so in the United States, up until 1972, it was the money that they confiscated in Fort Knox that was valuing the money. But now people can go and buy gold and commodities with that paper money. So that's what values that paper. Even though I think the whole thing is it's like a Ponzi scheme. It's a house of cards that's going to collapse. But it is a little bit different to how I had learned it and how it's portrayed in the Zeitgeist movie. I should really do a video on Zeitgeist. It'd be interesting. Combined it with Spring Festivals. I don't want to rabbit trail too far. I think these arguments come from relatively modern anti-Christians. Yeah, Alexander Hislop made a lot of these arguments popular. Pull it. Yeah, it's quite interesting how they knew it was going to fall. They'd never seen a structure like that fall before. But somehow they knew it. They evacuated the whole area, stood back, announced that it was going to fall, and it fell. It's like very interesting, They must have had a weak foundation with all that gold that disappeared. Yeah, considering Tower 7 was the headquarters for Giuliani, FEMA, the CIA, the FBI, all in that one building. That building was designed to be the wolf's lair of buildings, that if ever they had an attack in New York, that was going to be the main headquarters, and it just fell down. It's like the biggest tank, the most powerful tank in history, and someone hits it with a baseball bat and it just collapsed. It's like it's quite ridiculous when you look into it, the physics of it. Thank goodness they upped the insurance. A month before it blew up. I'm done now. Yeah, me too. Oh, I forgot about them finding the passports. Yeah, that was really convenient. So, we just got this passport. There's so many things that are strange about that time, and especially being a foreigner and looking. See, usually if I'm trying to get a mindset of the United States, if I call it the USSA. It just makes more sense. Like if this happened in Indonesia, we would go, oh, there's a scam. If it happened, in Iran, or if it happened in, Dubai, or Russia, we would go, oh, there's probably a scam happening. But because it's in America, they're the guardian angels of the world, and they're the good guys, and everyone else is the bad guys, And so once you get that out of your mind, you can easily see that it's probably a scam. It's to keep America as the victim, that perpetual wars, military industrial complex, and it's sad to see, But we're not talking about that. Let's go into this.
Especially back in that day, and then of course it faded out with usage and slowly became to define what the Christian celebration of the resurrection is. I think that's very clear from what we're seeing. But there is another interesting theory out there, and I think this one comes from Nick Sayers. And when he shared it, I think Jack Mormon had revised his way of seeing this passage, and it goes something like this. I hope I'm not misquoting Nick.
And so I'll just mention what's being said. So yeah, I sent it to Jack Mormon. He changed his views because he was saying it was pagan. So was D.A. Waite. So these guys, when they read through my articles, they were like, yeah, this is good information, and they changed their view. When I showed James White, who at the time I had nothing against him, but I showed him my material, he said I was a Ruckmanite straight away, and banned me on his forum. So it just sort of shows you the difference between, people who are teachable. These guys went through it and went, no, actually, you're correct. And so let's continue.
Nick's idea here. But the idea is this, is that in Acts 12:4, we have a reference to the word Pascha, which is the only time in the entirety of the New Testament where the time reference or the temporal reference of Pascha is after the resurrection. So in this passage here, we're referring to events which occurred after the resurrection of Jesus took place. So Nick takes this and he goes back to our passage in Luke chapter 22 and says, see, Luke's writing to a Gentile audience. And so when he talks about the Passover, he has to define what Pascha is. And so what he's doing is he's just defining a Christian celebration of the resurrection there and giving that to the Gentile audience and saying, here's what Pascha is. So when we come back over to the King James Version translator's choice of what to use, Passover, Easter, he would then say that Easter was selected because at that point, Luke, writing to his Gentile audiences, is not referencing a Jewish festival, but instead he's writing and referencing the Christian festival of the resurrection. And then he cites a number of early church fathers who use the term Pascha in reference to Easter. I'm almost certain that you've heard of this idea, and I'm curious as to your thoughts on that.
So that's a pretty good representation. Basically, if like what Luke was looking at was the same festival, and he was looking at it from a Christian perspective because he was a Christian, that they were celebrating Pascha. So everyone called it Pascha. Okay. So imagine if in 1,000 years from now, they called Christmas the Christians' Christmas and the secular Christmas. Okay, so to make a separation between all the hoo-ha that goes on, Santa Claus and all this other stuff that's around Christmas. So imagine if they said, okay, well, some Christians were actually celebrating this, and they just looked at the birth of Christ. They read Bible stories about Bethlehem and angels, and they did it that way. But the secular world, they all got drunk and they all doing it this way. So imagine if they defined it in a certain way, so that but it's the same. It's the same festival. We're all celebrating at the same time, but someone just doing it differently. So this is what my main point is. Luke was a Christian. The Jews were celebrating Passover at the same week of the Pascha. The Christians were celebrating as well, but they were doing their own thing. They were doing it differently. So fast forward that to 1,500 years later, the King James translators have two words. They have one for Easter. It means a resurrection festival. They've used that for quite a long time. And now they have this new word called Passover, invented by Tyndale in about 1530. So he's invented this term, and so now they've got these two words, so they can go, okay, well, what word are we going to put in the place there? So they put Easter there being the resurrection celebration, because that's what the Christians did. So retroactively looking back, they were all celebrating the same thing. They're, like I was saying, they're all if we were all celebrating Christmas now, but then, in 1,500 years' time, they had to write about it, and they were a little bit distinct in saying, oh, that's a secular Christmas, or that's a Christian Christmas. That if they added these type of terms onto what we're just celebrating all together now, that's what's happened with Easter. Easter is just the Greek is all the same. It's Pascha. It means Passover. It means Easter. But in this particular context, we see that the Pascha is after the resurrection. And see, one of the things is a lot of people don't understand that in the early Christian writings, whenever they're talking about Easter, the Easter controversies, Chrysostom talking about the court of Damascenes, talking about the controversy with them, they use Pascha for Easter all the way through. Sometimes they use Pascha for the Passover celebration, but usually they define it as like the Hebraica, the Hebrew Pascha, or the Jewish Pascha. They usually have this type of thing added to it. So my understanding is after the resurrection, Christians, when they were celebrating the same feast and everything, which eventually they're not killing a lamb, they're not there's no temple left, sort of thing. After a while, these things, I mean, at first, I'm sure, maybe in the first 10 years or whatever, the Christians were like hanging around the Jews and doing their feast, but then they'd probably try and bring Jesus into it. And the Jews would be like, no, he's a false prophet or whatever. And that would cause a contention. And Christians, of course, were celebrating, the Feast of First Fruits on the Sunday. They're like, this is the resurrection day. Let's celebrate this. And eventually, they went to the Gentiles. So the Gentiles, they've got none of this, these Hebrew concepts, but they're like, oh, these guys celebrate this feast. And it's called Pascha, so let's celebrate it. And so when you go through my second article, I talk about in the early church. So I might just quickly bring this up, since I knew this would happen. It'll end up being a lesson on Easter, but I don't want to bore you to tears with it. So I want to go through this very quickly. And so if you go to my second Easter article, which I have put the link there, we see, like Philip Schaff, he's saying Easter is a resurrection festival which follows the Passover proper, but is included in the same festive week. So a lot of people don't understand that, because today we have Passover separate from Easter. People think, oh, they're two separate things. In the early church, it was all called Pascha. It was all at the same time. So we're looking at the same thing. It's just that years later, we're putting these labels on, saying, oh, one was a Christian thing and one was a Jewish thing. One was the fulfillment, one was the shadow. And so we can see, like Gerhard Kittel, Pascha came to be called Easter in the celebration of the resurrection within the primitive church. Alfred Edersheim, Messianic Jew, he said it was to be the last of the old Paschas, the first rather symbol or promise of the new. So there was an old Pascha, and then you got the new Pascha. Okay. John Owen, he talks about this, that Easter was to be observed by virtue of apostolical tradition, was generally granted by all. Philip Schaff, he talks about the Paschal controversies of the 2nd century related not to the fact, but to the time of Easter. So everyone celebrated Easter. I think there was one group that didn't, and it sort of, half the time you can't even find much information about this group, but it's like 99.9% of people are celebrating Easter. It's just they were arguing about which day to celebrate it on. How did they all get to that point? Well, they were all doing the Pascha. The Pascha went through and it became Easter as we know it today. You have the Quartodecimans. And so around 120 AD, Polycarp, who was a disciple of John, went to see a Christian leader, Anicetus, to discuss the proper date for the celebration. Polycarp, Bishop of Smyrna, visited Rome to confer with him about the date of Easter. And so because some people were going on a different calendar as well. So some were doing it on the 14th, some were doing it on the 17th, or the Sunday that represented the 17th. So Eusebius has, talking about 190, but he has here, a letter of Irenaeus is among the extracts just referred to, and it shows the diversity of practice regarding Easter had existed at least from the time of 120 AD. Further, Irenaeus states that Polycarp, who like other Asiatics, kept Easter on the 14th day of the moon, whatever day of the week that might be, following therein the tradition which he claimed to get from St. John the Apostle when he came to Rome in 150 AD about this very question. So I've got a lot of information on my website there, basically about how Pascha, historians say that the apostles were celebrating this. So this is why I'm like, okay, well, this is the Pascha. And I think the King James translators, they knew the early church writings. Miles Smith, he had translated the early church writings. Henry Saville, he was obsessed with Chrysostom and did his complete works. And Chrysostom talked about the Paschal controversies, the Easter controversies. And so knowing all this, we know that the King James translators weren't stupid. And yeah, so I would go through my site on this, and I would do your own research as well and look into this. And I'd also watch the debate that TurretinFan and myself had done. Now I'll quickly just grab this. Easter debate, Nick Sayers. This is a debate that we had just recently. Oops, and I'll throw this up there. If you go through this, you will pretty much get, you'll get 20 years of study all in one place. And TurretinFan did a pretty good job to stand up against me, but I think that my argument is watertight. Dan Strait says, you got to admit we put on a good show. It's horrible. Yeah, well, it was a good show. Rome was burning. Nero was playing the lute or whatever he was doing, and yeah, it was pretty amazing to watch. Is Dwayne your friend? Yeah, Dwayne. I mean, we don't have anything really against each other except that he's a majority text guy, and I take, yeah. Well, I believe a majority text position is just sort of like critical text light. I think it destroys biblical doctrine when you go through some of these places where there are minority readings in the Textus Receptus that fix doctrines and fix holes in the text and solecisms and things like that. And so, yeah, I would say that's our main beef with each other. But apart from that, we get along. When I first started doing StreamYard, me and Dwayne talked for I think it was 2 hours. Now, I've only got that recorded on my StreamYard. I never went live with that. But we had a really good chat about a lot of things. And so, yeah, he's, he does a lot of interesting interviews. I would disagree with the, sort of agreeing with some of these other guys, Mark Ward and others. I think that there is some pretty full-on deception happening with some of these guys that need to be pointed out. And I guess I'm the guy saying, hey, the king has no clothes, and so people are turning around saying, shut your mouth, the king does have clothes. So you can sort of end up in a bit of a camp where you just seem like you're a stick in the mud. And so, but I do watch pretty much everything that he brings out. How can it be an error if both names are still used to this day? Well, so this is the thing. In the King James, or in usage, if I said to someone, what's the Passover? Well, it's the Old Testament Jewish feast. What's Easter? Well, that's the New Testament celebration of Easter. So it fits in with the King James exactly today, and exactly with this type of usage that is after the resurrection and everything. And so that's where I asked these guys, so when did that start? Oh, that, but after 1611, someone quoted it, one of the King James translators quoted Origin back then, and it's like, well, he's quoting something that's, from 1890 or something. Of course, he's going to quote it from a different perspective. But anyway, sorry, I've just got someone trying to ring me here. I'll just go through these. If I were to be charitable, I would say people are trying to scrutinize every word of scripture, but in reality, it seems like a self-refuting pride issue that atheists love to jump on. Yeah, I mean, I guess regardless of where it comes from, it's one of those things that you just have to deal with. And sometimes people deal with things, but not to the nth degree. That's I guess in a way, like I feel like Bryan Ross's material, he does go through faithfully and look at all, make lists and stuff like that. Where back when I was writing my articles in 2005, I mean, you couldn't even find a bishop's Bible online anywhere, and half of the stats and things I've written about, well, the Geneva Bible has it here and there, and half of that's like just sort of from other articles. So it's hard to, now we can just look it all up. It's all right in front of us. It's on a silver platter. And so I guess, Bryan Ross's material he's got lists and things like that, and that's all great. But at the end of the day, I'm in agreement with all that. It just comes down to, did the King James translators use this word, Easter, by design, putting it in there? And so I think this is the main thing that I would like to see Bryan Ross deal with. I would like to see him sort of maybe do a whole thing of why it's not. Because, say, Brett Biggs, over the years, I think it's been like 10 years, he's often just put lists of places where people after 1611 have used the usage of Easter as the Jewish Passover. And I've often said, I'm not saying that at 1611 it was like, the final tick of the clock and no one else can ever use Easter to mean the Jewish Passover after that point, sort of thing. But it sort of looks like that. When you go through time and usage, you go, actually, most people who are talking about it being a Jewish Passover, they're quoting the Bishop's Bible, or they're quoting the Geneva, or Geneva 1 or Geneva 2, because you got the 1557 and you got the 1560. But they're using this term, they're going back pre-1611, and they're using quotations from there. They're quoting Origen, they're quoting other people. And so I've gone through a lot of these and gone, okay, well, and it's not like I have a 1611 deadline. It could, I'm sure that people were quoting this 10 years later, 20 years later, but it does seem like 1611 was the cutoff point. And to me, it just makes sense. So why would the King James translators create confusion over this when they were using the word Easter in their sermons, in their prefatory writing in the King James? It says to find Easter forever. They had tables to find Easter, and it's like they're not using it as the Passover. Passover was different, and so their word Easter meant the celebration of the resurrection of Jesus Christ. Now, going back to the scriptures, it's like, okay, most of the time it's talking about the Passover, but the usage was changing, and you can clearly see that. Like, you just say the 1611 didn't exist, okay? You can see that the Bishop's Bible was sort of, they used it in John, so it's using the word Easter as the Jewish Passover. But then when you get to about, 1600 to maybe 1620s, it changed. The usage changed. And it's like now we have Easter being a New Testament concept and Christian celebration, and Passover being a Jewish thing. So now the guys who did the Oxford English Dictionary, they've gone through and gone, well, the 1611 guys, they still used it in this one place as meaning the Jewish Passover. And it's like, okay, I can see why you're saying that. But at the end of the day, who knows who did the Oxford English Dictionary? I've seen a movie on it, a very good movie. I highly recommend it, about the making of the Oxford English Dictionary. I mean, this one psycho guy who was sort of like a savant sort of thing, really a genius, but he was a bit crazy. But did they have all the theological understanding that we have, that they were just doing a dictionary? So they're looking through going, oh, well, they're still using that usage. And so that's where I see Bryan Ross and Brett Biggs and other people, they're sort of stuck in, well, the Oxford English Dictionary says it, so that's where I'm standing. But inadvertently, they wouldn't agree with the pagan
definitions of dictionaries. So there's a lot of dictionaries that you grab them, open up. What's Easter? Oh, it's a pagan festival. And so we've sort of half of my material is dealing with that. A lot of Bryan Ross's material is dealing with that. We're basically saying dictionaries are wrong. Stick with usage, stick with scriptures. You'll get a better view. So to me, the Oxford English Dictionary is just simply wrong here. And if you just type in Google, where the Oxford English Dictionary is wrong, they'll show you plenty of places. I mean, if you get the Encyclopedia Britannica, I think it's the 1911 edition, look up Trinity, it'll say the word Trinity and the concept of the Trinity is nowhere found in the Bible. And it's like, is this a Jehovah's Witness writing this? It's like, it's a Oxford English Dictionary, great tool and all the rest of it, but they just have this one usage of Acts chapter 12, verse 4, and it says the Jewish Passover obsolete. So that's what I have linked to here. So it just says to the Jewish Passover obsolete, which I agree with, but then it has the King James usage. I would just, the disagreement is basically, I think it became obsolete around the same time, the 1611. I think the 1611 just pushed it. It was tending towards that way, and the King James translators just pushed it out of the room and said, we're going to use Easter. I think that they would have done that by design, because I can see that when we're going to go through a little bit more of what these guys are saying, but it's sort of like, Timothy Berg was saying it's a different company than that translated the Gospels, and so perhaps they used Easter in a different way, and it's like it's not understanding how accurate the King James is. It's just sort of like, the translators are sloppy again. This type of these weaselly sort of things that creep into James White's material, Mark Ward's material, and Timothy Berg is prolific at saying this sort of stuff. It's just James White he'll have another company over here. Westminster they translated it this way, and this other group translated it this way, and so it's all, they didn't know what they were doing and all this sort of stuff. No, they were sending each other all their material. They were proofreading through everyone else's material. And so it comes down to what I mentioned in this article about all the rules. And so if you go through my concept of translators oversight, where they were checking all the translation. So if you had say 60 translators, just so we can do all the math properly, 60 translators, 10 in each company. So you have 10 translators who all had to do their portion of the scripture by themselves. So then they did it 10 times. They were to bring that to the main committee. So the 10 of them would all sit around and read the other 9 what they had done, and they were to incorporate all that into one principal edition. Then they were to send that off to the other 50 translators, and they were all to read it, and they were all to send back where they had issue with that. And then and that these other guys were doing all the same thing. So they were constantly checking through each other's work. So, such a big thing like Easter, what they're just like, the translators over in Westminster and, Henry Saville's group, they just did whatever they wanted with that word. We had no control over it. And no, they were trying to unify the Bible so it was smooth. And at the end, they were going through these concepts. And such a big thing like Easter, it's the biggest celebration in the whole Christian calendar. It's sort of like saying, Chevrolet, they didn't really care about their motor. All the rest of the car, it's all good and polished and it looks all good and everything. But when it comes to the motor, they don't really care about all that. They had some Japanese guys make it and they just threw it in there, and that's why it's so bad. It's like, no, that's their main thing. The Christians celebrating Easter is like a main thing. It's a big deal. Like just sort of fob it off as like an error, or we're just, we don't know what we're doing. And for this, it just so happens to be the only place which is after the resurrection. Easter just so happens to mean the celebration of the resurrection. The early church saw Pascha meaning Easter, the celebration of the resurrection. It's like when you go through all this, to me, it just adds up and makes sense. I think going through and studying it to the point where Bryan Ross, Dwayne Green, and others believe that it stops there and it's just a synonym for Passover, I think they just need to go that extra step and study everything I've said on that. Like, I know Brian's sort of saying, the word Easter means sort of like a resurrection. It's related to Uster. Well, it's related to Uster, and Uster is a shortened form of Hung, which means resurrection. And so would the King James translators, with this word resurrection, not use that in its only place where it's warranted? Now, one thing is, I think that Bryan Ross, he is saying it's like this because I think now I've only sort of just tried to work this out in the last few days, so I could be wrong. Hopefully I'm not misrepresenting Brian here, but because he is mid-Acts dispensational, it has something to do with that, where it's they're still doing Jewish things or whatever, and so it's got something to do with that type of dispensational timeline. But to me, the dispensations are pretty clear. It's just after the resurrection, between the resurrection of Christ and the rapture of the church is the church age. Now, I do know it took a little bit of time for them to get out of Jerusalem and to go to the Gentiles and all that sort of stuff. And so, but I wouldn't consider that as being a different dispensation or the little flock or anything like that. So let's continue.
On page 53 of the book, I address what I call the Christian Passover view, which is essentially, I didn't know this at the time, but it's essentially, Nick's view. It's also the view of the article on the KJV Today website. Takes a similar view to the view that Nick has. I think Nick's done, a lot of great work on this topic of Easter and Acts 12:4, but I don't agree with him on the conclusion. Just go back to what you said. If I read Luke 1, Luke is addressed to Theophilus. Acts 1 is a second part of a two-part treatise that is also addressed to Theophilus.
Right.
And I know that, the books would have readership outside of the individual person, Theophilus, but the reason I see this as significant in Acts 12:4, I think the context of Acts 12:4 is Jewish, okay? Because it's talking about the 12 apostles and
so this would come back to the mid-Acts dispensational stuff. So this is why I guess Bryan Ross is sort of like if we just go to the book, like I've got the book here in PDF, but I don't want to show it because of copyright issues and all that. Not that Brian would worry about that, but I'll go to say, don't pass over Easter. Don't pass over Easter. So it's written as a new defense of Easter, okay? But realistically, there's nothing new in this. It's like I was showing you in 2007, I'd written about, pretty much, all the material that's in this book, but this is expanded out and it's got better charts and, oh yeah, you've got Kindle Unlimited. You can download it there. So what's the new thing? KJV Today, they've had their article up for years and years and years. And, we used to, back in the day, correspond quite frequently about Easter. King James uses the word Easter in Acts 12:4. And so it's obviously not a pagan holiday, but he says, is this a reference to the Christian holiday? And then, or a pagan holiday, or is it a reference to the Jewish Passover? And so he's coming to that conclusion, which is pretty much the only people who were saying that Easter was the Christian holiday were like, KJV Today, myself, a few other people had gotten our material, Answers in Genesis, Jonathan Sephardi and others. And they're like, oh, it's a Christian thing,
So, hey, there's my book. Gee, it's quite expensive. I've got nothing to do with the pricing on that. It's someone else. But I'm just trying to find where it's the new. So I'll just type in new. See what we got there. Bryan Ross outlines a new perspective on this passage, at least new to the 20th and 21st centuries. But it's not really a new thing. So, I'm not having a shot at Bryan, but I think I can't really find what I'm looking for, but I'm pretty sure, because I've gone through all of Bryan's material. When he first brought it out, I bought the book that day. I read through it, and I was like, okay, this is pretty much saying what's been said. But from a mid-Acts dispensational perspective, that's where he is saying that this is to do with the Jews. So that's the new information. Where the rest of the information is it's out there. I mean, Will Kinney's article, if you read through that, it's pretty much just in agreement with what I'm saying. Scott Jones's article, I think it was 2001, pretty much in agreement with what I'm saying. KJV today, pretty much in agreement with what I'm saying. And so, but then there were a lot of other people saying, no, it just means the Jewish Passover. And so that's why I had to deal with that in my second article. Which you can see that. Where are we? Here. Yeah, here I've written most claim that Easter in Acts 12:4 was a mistake or a mistranslation in the King James Bible, or most claims, stem from the pagan origins myth. However, there is also another reason why some reject Easter being inserted here. Listen to this. This is in 2007. The phrase "everyone knows that Pascha" means Passover and not Easter is often claimed with pulpit-thumping assertion in many anti-Easter articles on the internet. Yet modern Greek dictionaries define Pascha as Easter. And if you ask any modern Greek what Pascha means, every one of them will say Pascha means Easter, the very opposite to what some Greek experts within the Assembly of Textual Critics will assert. So I've had people say, oh, you think it's the modern Greeks say it. So, usually it's just one of those things where they're not reading through everything else I've written. What I'm saying is, if you go to Greece today and you say Kalo Pascha means happy Easter, if you went back to 1611 and went to Greece or went to Henry Saville and said Kalo Pascha, he would say, oh, happy Easter to you as well. If you went back to the Byzantine era, say 1100, and you said Kalo Pascha, they would say, oh, happy Easter as well. If you went back to Chrysostom's time, said Kalo Pascha, they'd say happy Easter as well. If you went back to 120 AD and said Kalo Pascha, they would say happy Easter to you as well. So that's the thing. All the usage all the way back is the same as it is today in modern Greece. That's why I'm pointing this out. It's like it goes from the top all the way down through history. So that to me, it's not such a big jump that it says everyone in 120 AD was celebrating Pascha. All the Christians, doesn't seem like much of a jump to go back to Luke here in the book of Acts and go, they were celebrating Pascha. But so this is where Bryan Ross, I'm pretty sure that this is because of the mid-Acts stuff, which I don't necessarily, I guess in a way, like just being completely honest here, I don't really understand the mid-Acts stuff enough to critique it. I guess this would get labeled under hyper-dispensationalism. I'm a dispensationalist. I do believe it's a good way of understanding the Word of God. And but then there are they're quite open where we are mid-Acts. And there was an interesting article that I found in the third article actually, which was from a group called Mid-Acts. Must have been in my video where I talked more about that. The mid-Acts dispensational stuff. But anyway, I'll just drop that down and we'll just let Bryan continue.
What's going on in Jerusalem? So if you go back to verse 1, it says, now about that time Herod the king stretched forth his hands to vex certain of the church. To me, I take church there as a reference to the Jewish church in Jerusalem. And he killed James, the brother of John, with the sword. And because he saw it please the Jews, he proceeded to take Peter also. So what's going on in the context? What's going on in the context is Herod is trying to vex the church. He takes James, the brother of John, and kills him. When he sees that it pleases the Jews, he's like, well, I'm going to get Peter too. And so he arrests Peter, and then he intends after, so let me finish reading it. And before he saw it please the Jews, he proceeded further to take Peter also. Then were the days of unleavened bread. So Peter was taken during the days of unleavened bread. And when he had apprehended him, he put him in prison and delivered him to 4 quaternions of soldiers to keep him, intending after Easter to bring him forth to the people. Well, if he's trying to please the Jews, and the Jews, see, Herod's not celebrating anything in this context. It's the Jews who are having a celebration. And when he sees that it pleases them.
I would just, I don't think it's got any, much to do with whose side or whatever, but I would just say Herod probably was celebrating these things. I mean, if you look at the Herods, I mean, Herod back in the Herod dynasty, the Herod of Jesus's day was instrumental in building the temple and expanding that out and doing a lot of religious things. And so I would say that if he's trying to please Jews, he's trying to be on their side. He's probably doing the Passover as well. I would say also, because a lot of people are like, oh, he wouldn't have even known about the Christians back then. I think that everyone in Jerusalem, everyone would have known about the Christians. I think Herod especially, like you think of world leaders. I know we got people like Biden running around, and so it's not a good example. But, competent kings throughout history, they know what even their enemies are doing. They get instructed daily. Well, this is what's happening. Apparently there's this, Jewish carpenter going around doing this. And then, the Herod dynasty has gone through certain, different phases. And so, the Herod that was killing the children in Bethlehem is not the same one that Jesus stood before. And this other Herod is not that same one. And so, not that I'm completely aware of anyway, but I know that it was a dynasty, and I'm pretty sure this is a completely different Herod. So, but I think like just as much as, that Herod was infatuated with John the Baptist, and, John the Baptist ended up getting killed. Like the Herods were interested in this sort of stuff. So I think sometimes it can just be thrown out there that, oh, no, there's no interest. But I don't think it has any makes any difference between my case or Bryan's case. And so, but we'll let Bryan continue.
That James, the brother of John, was killed. He's like, well, I'm going to get Peter too. And if he's trying to please the Jews, he would not kill Peter during the Jews' feast. He would wait until the Jews' feast was over, and then he would kill Peter. And that's what his intention was. So right. I still view this as all happening in a context where where the text states that Herod's goal is to please the Jews.
So how would Herod be pleased?
And so, but like I said earlier, they're all looking at the same feast. The Christians are doing their thing on the same days, and the Jews are doing their thing on the same days. They're both called Pascha, but this word Pascha, for some strange reason, that ends up being the Christian celebration of Pascha, Easter. So it became Easter. And so it's just like, okay, when did that happen? Did it happen like historians are saying in the early church? Or did it happen, like say TurretinFan's, like, oh, this happened like, the year 200 or something like that. But I think if you go through the early church writings, you can see it happened early. And you can see this was considered an apostolic tradition. So at the end of the day, they're both looking at the Pascha. So regardless of whether Herod was just looking at the Jewish thing or whatever, it's Luke writing it. And he's saying intending after Pascha, which can mean both. But then in English, we've got two words. So 1,500 years later, we have two words that we're using. So are we going to use Passover, which is specifically used for, it's not used, Passover is not used for Easter, the celebration. You don't find, that type of usage. It's not used for Easter. But Easter has formerly been used as the Passover, but the King James translators skillfully put it into this one place. And so I guess both of these issues just come down to timing. Okay, so we're looking at exactly the same thing, but so I'm not sure when Bryan Ross would say they started celebrating Easter. Okay, so I'm not sure what year this would be in. Be interesting to look up, actually. Acts 12:4. What year? It's hard to know where to look for that material, but anyway, that's a rabbit trail. But yeah, I'm not really sure what year that happened in. But what does Bryan Ross think that the Easter celebrations started, 20 years after that, 30 years after that, or didn't start until 200, or like TurretinFan, or when did these Easter celebrations? See, to me, the Easter celebration started the year after the resurrection. The Christians were celebrating Pascha. The Jews were celebrating Pascha. It's exactly the same feast, but one is called Easter. And so the thing is, when you go through the translations of the early church writers after 1611, like say Philip Schaff and others, they're going through using where the word Pascha appears, they're translating that as Easter, meaning the celebration of the Christian festival, and they're using Passover as the Jewish festival. Okay, so they specifically did that. So to me, that's the type of usage that the King James translators started. They went through and said, okay, we're going to make this separation in these two words. We know it; they've been used synonymously all over the place in these other Bibles, but let's make this distinction. And you can see the usage. That's exactly what's happened in historical works. It's how we have it today in our usage. And so it's just coming down to these two timing issues. In Acts chapter 12, verse 4, was that, were Christians at that particular time, Herod's like, okay, we're going to kill him. When Peter turned up to the house, were they celebrating Easter there? Were they celebrating Pascha there? Okay. And if we had two words, one for a Jewish Pascha or one for a Christian Pascha, 1,500 years later, which word would you use? And so if you had a choice. So it just comes down to where people think the timing of Easter happened. I think it happened the year one, the very next, or not the year one, the year 33. I think Jesus died in 32 AD. That's my math. And at 33 AD, they're all standing around going, well, what are we going to do this year? And it's like, well, let's celebrate it, but let's do what Jesus said. He said, break the bread and drink the grape juice and do all that sort of stuff. So let's do that, And so they were probably, still doing the lamb stuff and all the rest of it for a little bit. But then eventually, when it went to the Gentiles, eventually this type of thing became just the celebration of the Easter, the whole concept of having the lamb. And eventually they didn't have a temple and all the rest of it. But so it just comes down to a timing thing. When does Bryan Ross, when does Dwayne Green, when do these guys think that Easter started? Okay. When did the Christians start celebrating this? Then it comes down to, 1611. So when did the usage of the word Easter just mean the New Testament celebration and not the old Jewish celebration? Was it around 1600? Was it around 1610? Was it 1620, 1630, 40, 50?
when did that start? Because it's here today. You just have to go back through the usage and go back through people talking about the early church writers and how they use Pascha. When you can see a definite change around 1611. And so to me, it just makes perfect sense that that's what they're doing. That's what the King James translators are doing. They are inserting Easter here in this one place in a post-resurrection context.
Pleasing the Jews by waiting. Like, was there some sort of like ceremonial thing where you couldn't shed blood on the festival or the Sabbath or something like that? Or was there something else going on? Or maybe they just couldn't travel to watch the event because the Jews perhaps wanted to watch the disciples be put to death?
I
think just the precedence of Jesus being killed on that same, on the Passover was probably not a good idea for the Jews. They didn't want that to happen, and then it did happen, and it's sort of like, this guy has become a martyr. Every year when we come around, instead of just dealing with the issues revolving around that feast, now we're dealing with a celebration of another martyr on that day, sort of thing.
There are probably some ceremonial, ritualistic reasons. And like when you think about the Jewish community at that time, I mean, they're very divided between the religious leadership, the high echelon leadership of the nation of Israel, which is very against Peter and what they're doing. In fact, a few chapters earlier, they basically told them that they couldn't speak of the name of Christ. And Peter says, should we obey man rather than God, etc. So I think he's trying to please that religious leadership structure of the nation that was essentially apostate, in my opinion. And that's why he holds back until after they had celebrated their feast. It's an interesting thing. They've got no problem killing Jesus.
Right.
But Herod.
So that's where I'd say I think they did have a problem killing Jesus, but it was their only opportunity, because they were saying, like, not on the feast day, lest there be an uproar among the people. And it happened on the feast day.
Herod's, to me, it's all politics. Herod is playing politics with the leadership of Israel.
Yeah.
And so you don't if he's trying to please them, you wouldn't put this guy to death in the middle of their feast.
Yeah, I mean, he wants to be seen as a good ruler, right? That's like every ruler. They want to be seen as a good ruler for the people.
I appreciate a lot, I understand Nick's take on it. I just don't see it in the end. We would agree, I think, on almost everything up till that last point about why is it only this one spot that's Easter? And what Nick would say is that this verse establishes the meaning of the word Easter henceforth as a reference to the resurrection, celebration of the resurrection.
Right. And that's where the definition of Pascha officially changes from a Jewish.
So I guess when it's like, okay, if it officially changes, or they knew it was going to change like that or whatever, I think they did know that the English language was going to be tied up with their version, because they were good historians and they'd seen that happen with so many other things like the Vulgate and even just looking at the Arabic Quran and other works of religious literature. Usually everyone hovers around that, and it become the terms that are used become the terms that sort of unite the people. And we can see that throughout the Commonwealth, Australia, in Canada, even United States, and many other places where the King James has been something that we've hovered around for years and years. And we all speak the same type. I think the English would be very, very different if it hadn't been around, or we didn't have the King James Bible as a main focus of our society and laws and things like that. So I think whether the King James translators knew exactly that this was going to happen, I'm not exactly sure. I think that in the back of their mind, they would have been thinking that. But to me, the usage had changed around their era. So they were just using the common usage. That they weren't, like, I guess, some people point out, the these and thous and ye's and yours, that these type of things weren't really part of the common vernacular on the street.
and so that's why, people say, oh, the King James has a unique way of writing, and I guess it's just a literary way of translating. But when it comes to these other concepts, they were to use names and things like that as commonly used. So the common usage of Easter around 1611 is that it's talking about the resurrection celebration, as you can see in the prefatory material of the King James. Most of the writings around that era, you look up the word Easter and they're talking about the resurrection celebration. So to me, it's not like they were like, put a halt to this whole thing, stop this whole Jewish Passover thing. This idea, I think it was just a natural progression to go, well, what should we use here? The Christians are celebrating this thing as well. It's like, well, okay, well, let's put Easter there. And so they were specifically told by King James to use certain feasts and things, the word church and baptism. They weren't to use other words. They were, because what the Church of England had found, and King James was the head of the Church of England. So what they had found was they've broken away from the Roman Catholics, and the Roman Catholics, their accusation was, you guys have just started your own thing. They've started their own thing, instead of, no, we've always been around, for since whenever the Christian missionaries first went there was a whole thing of Joseph of Arimathea was the first one to go to England. I mean, it's not that far from the Middle East. I mean, I'm sure that missionaries did go there. And you think Rome was there till like about the year 400. So to have Romans there, I mean, Paul was in Rome, other people, I'm sure that people would have gone there, and missionaries. And so, but regardless, the, I've lost my train of thought. I hate that. Trying to think 4 steps ahead, and like a goldfish, I swim around the bowl too many times. I'm like Dora the fish. Totally lost it. Anyway, I'll continue this, and then we'll start TurretinFan's thing.
Celebration to a Christian celebration. And then that's where the King James translators officially changed the term Easter to specifically reference the resurrection of Jesus versus the celebration of the Passover.
Yeah, that would be Nick's position. My objection to it is just simply, I don't think the context of Acts 12:4 bears that out. That's just, and Nick disagrees with me about that, and that's fine.
All right. Well, Brian, thank
Yeah. So what I would say, I would just say, well, why, if the Christians are celebrating a Pascha there at that time, in retrospect, we should say that, well, Luke, when he's writing, he would probably call it an Easter. Okay. We would call it an Easter. What are they celebrating? Well, they're celebrating that Easter period. And so this is actually what happened with the word Easter, because the word Easter was usually always to do with the resurrection celebration, but it just so happened to be around that time the Jews are doing their thing as well. So that sort of became as like baggage for the word Easter. Then when you go to the Bible, it's usually 99% of all the references are to do with the old Passover. So it's like, oh, well, we'll call it Easter. And then when Tyndale had these 2 words, it's like, okay, we can call it Passover in the Old Testament, and then the New Testament Easter. And then that's what Tyndale started to do. And then later on, it's like it goes all over the place, but then eventually it settles. And so to me, it makes perfect logical sense that that's what's happened. So I guess in a way, I would say that those 2 things have to be really addressed. When did the Christians start celebrating Easter? Why do all the early church writers use Pascha for Easter? It's, to me, it's an obvious continuation of the Old Testament feast, going all the way through New Testament straight to the early church writers. And also, when in 1611, why is that not considered a place where it is the resurrection? Is that part of a mid-axe type of concept? So I would ask these questions. And so anyway, I'm going to shut this down and we're going to go straight to TurretinFan's material. So I've already gone an hour and a half just rabbit trailing. So sorry about that. But I had to address this. So let's go through this. Gear change.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to another episode in which I'll be responding, God willing, to some of the material from Nick Sayers. I'm going to do my best quickly to enable the Facebook comments and as well to just check my looks good. So without further ado, I can actually make myself a bit bigger on the screen here. Revelation 16:5, basis expansion of the rare nomen sacrum form of Jehovah and I am in the final triadic.
Okay, so I actually don't have a copy of my own book. I should really get it. After I had written it, I did so many proofreads of it. I think it was like 10 times going through proofreading, and then going, oh, I have to add this one little bit that I found and putting that in. And what I realized was when you're going through publishers, if you add any material, they've got everything all worked out, all the page numbers and everything like that. And so it just destroys things. And so even when I did the book, I was like, man, I could write another 2 or 3 chapters on the end of this. But that's why I want to self-publish everything from now on, so I can just easily go through, revamp everything, change a few numbers here and there. And it was really hard to go through this material and not correct things that I saw that just needed a little bit of clarification. But anyway, so after everything, I was just so over it. I was just like, all right, they're printing it. Because it wasn't my idea to make this book. I got asked to do this. And so I'd already done a PDF file on this and sort of made it publicly available. Most of the stuff I ever do is just available on the internet so everyone can look at it. But this was printed by the guys who do a lot of the Dean Burgon Society material. So they read this and they liked it. And I guess too, as I'm sort of discovering, it is pre-millennial, pre-tribulational, which would flow with D.A. Waite and Jack Mormon and all those other guys.
Declaration is this somewhat of a mouthful of a title by Nick Sayers. I've debated him a few times on various King James related subjects, but now I'm going through a book of his, a book he published not that long ago, but also not just this year. I think its copyright is 2019 on the book, so they're not totally new, but also not super old either. And to my knowledge, I don't know if anyone has gone through before this and done a point-by-point discussion of the book. So I'm happy in that sense to be the first. Perhaps there is another one out there and I'm just unaware of it. That's also a possibility. But in any event, I hope it will be beneficial to Nick and to others, and also to those who in general have found Nick's approach of interest. They can at least hear an attempt at a response to what Nick has to say. So where we are, we're in chapter 1, and I'm going to try my best to quickly cover several sections. In the past, for the first 2 episodes, I took one section at a time. It felt like not very much of a bite off the apple. But I had a lot of preliminary stuff in the first episode. In the second episode, it went by so quickly that I felt like they really need to jump and take bigger pieces at a time. So section 1.3 begins at page 33. Chapter 2 begins at page 57. So we're going to be covering that area of text. My notes for the episode may be slightly off. I may have to go back and correct them if I remember. In any event, sections 1.3 through 1.7, the previous sections were the Tetragrammaton, which is Yod-He, Waw-He, pronounced Yahweh, or as some people say, Jehovah. He's argued the second section was an argument about the name Jehovah itself, and now the name Yahweh. Here, it's getting a bit unclear where he's going with this argument about Yahweh. So he says the spelling Yahweh with a J was used in German since the 1850s, and the spelling Yahweh in English first appears in the 1860s. That produces the pronunciation of Yahweh, and rather than Yahweh. Well, that's fine. I mean, German J's and English Y's should sound somewhat similar as of the 1800s, but it's not always clear. Now, Dr. Nick Sayers doesn't claim to be a doctor, but anyway, he has written a well-researched book here, and he has researched from various people, Dr. Thomas Strauss of the Dean Burgon Society, Stephen Avery, who spent a lot of time on these types of issues. And the argument that those people raise is that the name, and Nick picks it up here, is that this name Yahweh is actually the quote-unquote the exact pronunciation of the Roman god Jupiter. Now, this isn't correct. I don't agree with what he's saying here at all. The way he justifies,
and so we'll have to prove that then.
That is initially with a little chart. I shouldn't say little. That sounds a little patronizing on my part, but he has a chart. Let's see if you can see it. I don't know if you can see it well, but it's on this side. And he kind of goes through each of the letters in Jove and then suggests that Jove would actually be pronounced in classical Latin as the same as Yahweh. He says,
I guess in a way, that is, like, to me, it's one of those things where maybe I don't explain it 100% clearly in the book, but it is one of those concepts which is, if you just start searching around, if you, like, say, for example, if I was going to search this out, I would go do a search on Jupiter etymology, okay? Jovis, Jove. So we understand that the J is pronounced as an I or a Y. So even just that, Jove, Yahweh, Yahweh, Jove. Let's look at the online etymological dictionary. I'm not really choosing things that just favor me. I'm just going, okay, bog standard. Let's look at the name. Jovis, Stella. Okay, so that's all Latin. So we have Jove. Okay. Jove. Let's look at Wiktionary. Might have a pronunciation guide for us. It has, like, because some people look at that and say Jove, you know, but we would say Jove. And Pater is Pitta, you know, the Jupiter, Jove, Pitta. So Roman mythology, okay, so it comes from the two words. So let's go from father, Jove, but it doesn't have a link there. Not sure why. So Jupiter on Wikipedia, let's go there. So I did go there recently in another TurretinFan video, but let's go back here. The name and the symbol, day of Jupiter. Yeah, so if we go to, say, Google Translate, now let's go from English. I'll just go Thursday, and we'll go to Italian.
Giovedì.
Thursday is giovedì.
Giovedì.
Maybe we'll go to French.
Jeudi.
Jeudi. German Donnerstag. So I'm just trying to get the pronunciation. Here we have Jupiter-related words, Jovian, jovial. I guess, you know, just knowing that it's Jove, to jump from there to Yahweh, to me, it's not a huge jump. So yeah, I'll point it out in my book. Maybe I've got some more references there. Yahweh in English is the vocalization equivalent to Yahweh in classical Latin. So maybe I can go to Yahweh. We'll go to Google Translate, and I'll throw this one in there. Whoops. Language. Latin detected. Let's see.
Iove.
That's what I mean. Listen to it. Is it saying Yahweh?
Iove.
Yahweh. That's the Latin pronunciation for it. So that's what I mean. It's like some of these things I'm saying, they're not like so left field that it's weird. Yahweh. And you know, when we go to English here, where are we? English means
Jupiter.
So
Iove.
Jupiter.
Iove.
Jupiter.
Yahweh means Jupiter. So that's what I'm saying. It's like I'm not just saying there's a phonetic link there. What I am doing in my book, which I just think I thought I omitted it. So yeah, I'm sort of going through. Okay, it means sheep, and father, and whale, and pet. You know, I'm going through explaining this. But if you just go to tools that talk about how you pronounce this, your Google Translate's pretty good. Yahweh, Jupiter. It's you know, the classical Latin pronunciation. It means Jupiter. So am I just going through a phonetic similarity? No, this is where I get into Gesenius. So Wilhelm Gesenius, so he did a Hebrew grammar or a dictionary. So in his dictionary, he supports the name Yahweh, okay, which would have been pronounced Jahweh, the final letter being silent. So yeah, I've got his own works here. So this is where the modern day Christian gets their concept of the Tetragrammaton meaning Yahweh. Okay, so listen to what he said. Now, in the brackets are Tregellus. Okay, so Tregellus thoroughly refuted Gesenius, and later Gesenius said, yeah, Tregellus is right. Sorry about that. And he retracted all this. Okay. So when we go into the brackets, we're looking at someone else's words. We're looking at Tregellus critiquing what's being said. So he says, to give my own opinion, and then Tregellus is like, this opinion, Gesenius afterward thoroughly retracted. See Thes and Amer translations invoke. He calls such comparisons and derivations a wasted time and labor. Would that he had learned how irreverent a mode this was in treating such subjects. And I agree with Tregellus here. It's the name of God, but this guy's saying I thoroughly retract any link to Jupiter and the Tetragrammaton, okay, or Yahweh, Jovis, Jupiter, Jupiter, any of that stuff that they don't have anything to do with the Tetragrammaton. And then this is the original writer, Gesenius. I suppose this word to be one of the most remote antiquity, perhaps the same name as the perhaps of the same origin as Jovis, Jupiter, and transferred from the Egyptians to the Hebrews. So Tregellus is like, what an idea. God himself revealed this as his own name. The Israelites could have received it from the Egyptians. In other words, it's like, no, it comes from God, not from pagans, And then Gesenius in brackets has compare what has been said above as to the use of this name on the Egyptian gems. And so Tregellus says, but these gems are not of the most remote antiquity. They are the work of heretics of the 2nd and 3rd centuries. And then so Gesenius continues, and then so inflected by the Hebrews so that it might appear in both form and origin to be Phoenicio-Shemitic. And so then he's got the Hebrew there, which is Barashit. Mesha. Anyway, so I've got Gesenius and what Tregellus wrote. So, put out in a nice little format in a footnote so you can follow along with what's being said there.
So basically, this link to Jupiter and to Yahweh was by Gesenius. So he's saying it comes from the same source. And so this is where this concept has just become popular. So people in churches now are saying Yahweh, Yahweh. But ultimately, Yahweh, as we just saw, means Jupiter. And so, yeah. Anyway, I'll go back to TurretinFan, and we got Bluey in the house saying, "Hey Nick, hey Bluey."
The I is pronounced as E, like the word sheep. O, like the A in father. V, like the W in whale. E, like in the word pet. So E, O, we, and that's what in his, or E, A, we is what he says it would have been pronounced in classical Latin. I don't know where he gets this idea that O is pronounced like A in father, first of all. But there's a couple of bigger problems. And
well, that's just the usage. And then, so this is the thing where it's I don't know where he got the idea from of this. So, you know, like I was pointing out, you just Google Translate Yahweh means Jupiter. How does it sound?
Piove. Piove.
Yahweh. Yeah. So it's not a strange.
Jupiter,
Piove.
Jupiter,
Jupiter, Jupiter, Jupiter,
Piove.
Jupiter,
Maybe Italian. JK.
Giove. Giove. Piove. Giove. Piove. Piove.
So that's why it's the pronunciation. What I've written there is not controversial at all. I guess your TurretinFan, a lot of the times, like sometimes I have my own concepts. I'll bring them up and I'll say, you know, I'll try to prove it and all the rest of it. But other times I'm just sort of, you know, copying a concept that is so bog standard that it's like it, you know, it's a Wikipedia article. It's not really disputed, you know. So
biggest problem is that Jove in English, Jove or Iove,
yeah,
isn't the Latin lexical form of the word for Jupiter. First of all, Jupiter is primarily the name he's known by, but even when it's Jove or a form of that, it's Jovis is the lexical form, not Jove with an E. Jove with an E would be the law.
okay. So I'll just go to translate and just have another look and see if it what changes put S on the end.
IOVES,
Whoops, it doesn't really even detect that it's. I think Jovis. Now, Jove, it clearly saw that it was Jupiter. Okay, so it's not really even seen that it's a Latin word here, but I know it is. Okay, so.
Iovies. Iovies.
EOVS.
Iovies. Iove. Iove.
Okay, anyway, let's continue.
Locative, ablative, or dative form of that word. But no, so Jovis doesn't sound like Yahweh. And Jovis, even though it would be Yohwis.
And I guess the issue is Yahweh is the common way of writing Jupiter. Okay. So let's go back to an etymological article. Maybe we can go Joves. Whoops.
see, Jovis etymology, Jove etymology. It seems that Jove is the one that they're using. So it's, I understand he's saying it should be Joves there. It's like, well, the online etymological dictionary is saying Joves here, but it's under the heading of Jove. Yahweh. Here in classical Latin, the compound Jupiter replaced the old Latin Joves as the god's name. Okay. So Jupiter came from Latin Joves. But it's saying that is Jove. Jupiter from Jove. Okay, so what I'm writing is not really that controversial or anything like that. It's in bog standard dictionaries, and but it looks like an older form might have been Joves, but it has been Jove for a long time.
With a classical Latin pronunciation, there's no guarantee that that's what it's previously sounded like. On top of which, the name Jupiter comes from a stem of the same stem of Deus, Jea, and Pater, which is father. He does get that part right, the father part, but it's similar to Zeus Pater, Zeus Pater, and from that comes Jupiter. The Zeus or Jove is not kind of the name.
So I would just say that that's, like I was saying, if you just go, okay, well, is TurretinFan right here? Let's look up Jupiter etymology. Jove. If we go to Wikipedia article or Wiktionary, Jupiter etymology, Wiktionary, father, Jove. Behind the name Jupiter, Jupiter, doesn't really say. Yeah, so I think if I go through any of these, it's going to say Yahweh. So, yeah, I don't think that it can be warranted that TurretinFan's sort of saying it's just my idea, or where did you get this from? I would say just search around a little bit further, and you'll find it pretty much everywhere.
Classical Latin period, and there's no reason to suppose that that's how the name was pronounced. Now, oddly, in his argument in support of it, he points out that the similarly spelled English words jovial and by Jove make one would think that Jove, not Yahweh, is the pronunciation. But he says, take, for example, the Italian day of the week, Thursday, Giovedi, which comes from the Latin Jove dies, or the day of Jove, aka Jupiter. Giovedi is pronounced Jovedi, he says. Now, I don't know, I'm not the expert in pronunciation of Italian, but it doesn't particularly persuade me that this is the correct pronunciation based on the way that the Italians pronounce something today. That said, the Pater part of Jupiter being coming from the word father.
Okay, so the reason I pointed that out, I guess, I was listening to an Italian language learning, like, Pimslers or something like that, and they said Thursday, and it was like Jovedi, and I was like, and some pronounce it with the G. As I just went through Google Translate, they pronounced it with the G. It was like, okay. But in the Pimslers one, they pronounced it with like Jovedi.
and it means Yahweh. It means Jupiter. It means Thor, Zeus. So I'm not sure why none of my internet seems to be frozen up a little bit here. Okay, that's interesting. Yeah, that's weird. Anyway, I'll just continue. Whoops, it looks like my computer is freezing. It shouldn't be. I've got quite... It looks...
Yahweh, or Yahweh, dating from the 1st century CE, right? And he turned over to the idea that there's nobody named after Yahweh in the Bible.
So sorry about that. My computer, Chrome, just crashed, and so I had everything all open, all working good, and it just crashed. But luckily with StreamYard, it just keeps streaming somewhere. And so, but I've just got to check this and just see if it is, if it's working.
Which oddly, he makes that claim, then he goes to Wikipedia.
If it's working.
Which oddly, he makes it about, he goes to Wikipedia.
Okay. So I guess one of the things is to watch with this video. TurretinFan is constantly saying, oddly, strangely, Nick's saying this, or I don't know why he's doing that. And all the way through, the reason why I'm just going, okay, well, let's do a quick internet search and show this. Then going through like the first 3 top tier web pages that come up is because he's saying, this is weird, this is strange. Nearly everything I'm saying here is just bog standard stuff. And so it's not weird, it's not strange. And so that's why I'm doing that. So I'm going to go back a little bit. So I didn't have a timestamp for when TurretinFan
began to, or when he finished last time, because it just crashed. So,
aka Jupiter. Giovedi is pronounced Giovedi, he says.
okay.
Now, I don't know. I'm not the expert in pronunciation of Italian, but it doesn't particularly persuade me that this is the correct pronunciation based on the way that the Italians pronounce it. The Potter part of Jupiter being coming from the word father does seem to be correct. On top of that, he then turns over from, after some talking about the name of God and the relationship between Jove and the day of Jove.
Because I did go through Google Translate, and it tended to say Giovedi as Giovedi, and it tended to have the G sound in it. So let's just check something else out.
How to say Thursday in
Or
Italian.
Is it just a robot? Oops.
Giovedì. Giovedì.
They're clearly saying Giovedi, where the one that I heard was Giovedi or Yavedi.
Giovedì.
Giovedì.
Because if that is the case, it's sort of like an afterthought where it's like, okay, and I heard it on like a Pimsleur's thing. I was like, oh, Yovedi. And when I looked it up back then, it was everything was pointing to that. So perhaps here we go. Days of the week. So it's just a side issue. Like, we want to have everything cleared up.
How to say the days of the week in Italian. Lunedì. Monday. Lunedì. You try.
Whoops.
Venerdì. Thursday. Giovedì.
Where, yeah. Anyway, it's one of those things. I mean, TurretinFan's was like, oh, I'm not really sure about that. I guess it's one of those things where there is an etymological relation there, but phonetically, it's not really cutting the mustard there. So I would probably, in my book, just cross that out. It was just sort of like, oh, cool, Italian sounds the same. I wonder if maybe I've got the language wrong. Maybe it was like French or something like that. But anyway, I've got I'm working with so many German people at the moment, like 4 French people. They're trying to teach me French. It's really an interesting language, but I would love to be fluent in Latin, French, and German. I think if I had those 3 mastered, and Greek and Hebrew, of course, I would just be living the dream. So I'm not sure why this keeps freezing. This is frozen again. Oh, no.
Turning over to the idea that there's nobody named after Yahweh in the Bible, which oddly, he makes that claim. Then he goes to a Wikipedia entry about Hebrew scholar Wilhelm Gesenius, who suggested.
So I'm like, there's no one named after Yahweh, in the Bible. So I've just pointed out, dozens and dozens of people named after Jehovah. So that would point to Jehovah being the name. But he's like, strangely, he's saying that there's no one named after Yahweh in the Bible. But it's like he doesn't sort of offer, where, why is it strangely? So I understand sometimes Turretin goes through my stuff and he's like, okay, and he just reads through it. But sometimes he's going, this is weird. This is the strangest thing. This seems untrue. I'm not sure about this. And it's like, well, you're making these claims. If I was making these claims and saying, something was untrue, I'm not sure about that. Where do you get that from? And all the rest of it, I would be considered a bad scholar because I don't know these basic things. And half the time doing these videos, I'm oftentimes just defending myself from someone saying, no, Nick says is wrong on this, 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 and this. And I'm like, okay, well, I'll go through those points and proving it and trying to show that it's not as bizarre as someone's making it out to be. And so I just sort of find through this, I guess I didn't notice it the first time I went through it, but there is a lot of that. I don't know why Nick's saying this. I don't know why he's saying it's related to this other word and why it sounds like this. And it's like, maybe because you just don't want it to be saying that Yahweh is a pagan, the exact pronunciation of a pagan god, Jupiter. Maybe just don't want that to be the reality. I used to think that Yahweh was just like a way of saying God. And I've been in church and people are singing songs to Yahweh and all this, and I've sang along. But once I was given new information, I was like, well, I've got to change. I've got to think about this. And I know the name of God is Jehovah now. And so the whole Yahweh concept is out the door, and I don't want to be chanting or yelling or screaming or praying or bowing down to some pagan deity name, even though I think God overlooks ignorance. But once we're not ignorant, we've got to really go. And this is the name of God. It's pretty important. I mean, if like there's a bunch of concepts out there like Jesus is named after Zeus because it's Jesus, and no, it's just the Greek way of saying Joshua or Yehoshua. So like we have sozo, salvation, Zeus. It has nothing to do with that. But here there is a similarity. Here it is warranted that Yahweh and the pronunciation of it is exactly Jupiter, and it's not just some strange it sounds the same. There's a phonetic link there. I've been pretty careful in all my studies in Easter to make sure that people understand that there is a phonetic similarity between Yosta or Ishtar, but there's no etymological link. Where here I'm saying there is a phonetic link, and it's because of an etymological link. So it's not just the usual, it sounds like, or Jesus rose from the dead. Must be talking about Axl Rose or, the War of the Roses or something. It's like, no, the rose and the rose, they're homophonic, but they're not related,
That it could be transliterated as Yahweh. And he said his proposal was based in large part on various Greek transcriptions, such as iota, alpha, beta, epsilon, which would be pronounced something like Yahweh or Yahweh, dating from the 1st century CE, as well as on theophoric names. And Jensenius supports Yahweh, which would have been pronounced Yahweh, with the final letter being silent, because the Hebrew Samaritan pronunciation of Yahweh, reported by Theodoret, and because of theophoric prefixes and suffixes that can be derived from Yahweh. Is a bizarre quotation. It doesn't seem to support his argument at all. On the contrary, it seems to say exactly the opposite of what he needs to say. However, he turns around and says that he found something that's...
Okay, so he just mentioned a bunch of stuff, and he said it's a bizarre statement. It seems to go against what he says. Okay, so let's just back it up for 1 minute. We'll put it a little bit slower because I was sort of fast-forwarding some of the stuff. But
Hebrew scholar Wilhelm Gesenius, who suggested that it could be transliterated as Yahweh, and he said his proposal was based in large part on various Greek transcriptions, such as iota, alpha, beta, epsilon, which would be pronounced something like Yahweh or Yahweh, dating from the 1st century CE, as well as on theophoric names. And Jensenius supports Yahweh, which would have been pronounced Yahweh, with the final letter being silent, because the Hebrew Samaritan pronunciation of Yahweh, reported by Theodoret, and because of theophoric prefixes and suffixes that can be derived from Yahweh. Is a bizarre quotation.
Okay, so let's just go through this. Okay, so this is what Wikipedia explains. Yeah, because I thought he was just quoting me. So the Hebrew scholar William Gesenius suggested that Hebrew pronunciation of Jehovah which is transliterated into English as Yahweh. But if you just read it with the vowel points, it's Jehovah. It might more accurately represent the pronunciation of the Tetragrammaton than the Hebrew biblical pronunciation Jehovah, from which the English name Jehovah has been derived. His proposal to read YHWH as Yahweh was based on various Greek transcriptions, such as this. Okay, so I talk later in the book about this. Now, I might actually go there because I would just be remembering old information. Now, I want to remember what page I'm on because I'm going to come back here. So I haven't even got page numbers on this. Oh, actually, on the side there. So 37. Okay, so let's search for. It appears 4 times. Okay, so 1, 2. Oh, it only appears here. Okay. So I do have a 65 here. So maybe this is where I've written it. So that's fine. While several scholars point to iota, alpha, beta, epsilon as being pronounced as Yahweh, the Greek here is not a good indication and does not usurp the basic Hebrew. Iota, alpha, beta, epsilon may actually have been pronounced as Yah-o-va and sound more like Jehovah than Yahweh, or as it may, as I assume, also be a nomen sacrum form described in our later section on nomina sacra. Either way, this should not be a reading that usurps all others. Okay, so there is this writing, I'm pretty sure later on when I talk about the nomina sacra, that I do have this in a table list. So I'll just try and quickly find that here. Okay, so names of, okay, so we have in the LXX an iota, an alpha, and an omega. Io. Iao. You know, so I think I've got another list. Yeah, here it is. So these are Greek transcriptions of Jehovah. So possible Greek transcriptions. So it has, I'll try and enlarge in this. Maybe we can go to 200. Yahva, Yahva, or Yakva, Yakova, Yakova, Yahovach, Yahovach, Yahovachs. And so you can see it's even in the Greek pronunciations, it's clearly got the Jehovah, thing, but sometimes it's got here. This is the one I think we're talking about, which is more like Yahweh. So, but here compare Latin, Jovis, Jove, Jupiter. So this isn't my table. This is, scholars are like, well, it could be pronouncing Jehovah in a shortened form, or perhaps it's actually saying Jupiter here. So these type of the once-off sort of things are where people are saying, see, it's related to Yahweh in the Greek, but it's like usually they're skipping all of this other stuff that show that it's Yahweh something, and this, obviously, it's all in Greek. You go with the Hebrew. You can look at other languages and go, okay, that's probably how they said it. But, okay, so I think you get the point there. So when he's saying it's a weird thing, it sort of goes against his position and all that. Yes, if you just read through what I've said here, which is a copy and paste of a Wikipedia article, I clearly go through and talk about why the pronunciation. I give, different reasons why this could be pronounced as Yahweh. It's Yahweh. Yahweh, or Yehovah, Yahweh. And so it's hard to just go, okay, the old pronunciation of Greek was like this and like that. So, but I am dealing with some of these weeds that get brought up. So, yeah, and I've written here, the bog standard basics of Wikipedia explains this. So, so what I was actually explaining here, and I sort of knew that I anticipated that people would bring up, it's got the, the Greek here, the iota alpha, veta epsilon. So I sort of anticipated that. So that's why I've written that there. Oops. Undo that. But my main point is that this is where the Yahweh concept comes from. Okay. And so the Hebrew scholar Wilhelm Gesenius suggested that the Hebrew pronunciation, which is translated rated into English as Yahweh, might more accurately represent the pronunciation of the Tetragrammaton. So this is where it comes from. Okay. And if you read his stuff, he relates it back to Jupiter and says that they're related. That's why they sound the same. And he says it comes from Egyptian gods and stuff like that. Then later he retracted it. So that's my main point. And so anyway, let's go back to TurretinFan.
Doesn't seem to support his argument at all. On the contrary, it seems to say exactly the opposite of what he needs to say. However, he turns around and says that he found something that says that Gesenius afterwards thoroughly retracted one of his positions. The problem with this argument that Nick's offering up is that what argument is it that Gesenius subsequently retracted? Well, that seems to be, based on the context of what's written here, it seems to be not the name Yahweh, but the derivation of this name from some Canaanite god or some Egyptian god. And this person who's writing, Tregelles, is writing here, he says, to give my own opinion, I suppose this word to be one of the most remote antiquity, perhaps of the same origin as Jovis, Jupiter, and transferred from the Egyptians to the Hebrews. Compare what has been said above as to the use of this name on the Egyptian gems. And then, so inflected by the Hebrews that it might appear, both in form and origin, to be Phoenicio-Semitic. Now, in this interpolated in there are Tregelles' notes. That was originally Gesenius, but that's the interpolated note says this opinion, Gesenius afterwards thoroughly, all caps, retracted. See Thess and American Trans Invoke. He calls such comparisons and derivations waste of time and labor. Would that he had learned how irreverent a mode this was of treating such subjects. And then after the idea of transferring it from the Egyptians to the Hebrews, Tregelles adds, what an idea. God himself revealed this as his own name. The Israelites could never have received it from the Egyptians. And then he says, after gems, he says, but these gems are not of the most remote antiquity. They are the work of heretics of the 2nd and 3rd centuries. So that's assuming that I'm correctly deciphering the material. So he said, Nick says that the section is Gesenius with interpolations by the editor/translator Tregelles. And Nick has further kind of clarified this in his footnotes to make it more readable. So there's some more back and forth. The bottom line is, to the extent that somebody does say that Yahweh is a name that was taken from the Egyptians or the Canaanites, they're wrong. God himself revealed that as his name. And as for the pronunciation, there is evidence that the pronunciation should be Yahweh. And the pronunciation Jehovah doesn't have that kind of historical confirmation. The exception, of course, is the Hebrew Masoretic text, which uses a certain vowel pointing on the Tetragrammaton. However, most people seem to acknowledge that that vowel pointing was a substitutionary vowel pointing, not the original vowel pointing, and that the vowel pointing was used for Adonai, which is the word that's substituted when the word of God, the name of God, is being read aloud. The next section.
Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm just going to jump onto Wayback Machine. I'm going to have a look at an interesting article by Scott Jones. Okay, so lamblion.net. Now, he wrote this in 2001. So we'll go back maybe 2006, because if he made some typos or anything like that, it would be fixed. Let's go here. Articles. Text criticism. Jehovah updated. Yeah, so he does update it. Okay. Notice here he says, when the vowel points are added to these four consonants, the word is pronounced literally as Jehovah, or Yehovah, as the anglicized form Jehovah. This is the straightforward pronunciation with the vowels. It is assumed by modern scholars that the vowels have been transferred from Adonai, which means Lord. This assumption has led modern scholars to believe that the vowels that are affixed to the Tetragrammaton are either not accurate or don't belong there. There is no evidence to support this assumption. In fact, the evidence goes the other way, as we shall see. For the actual evidence suggests that the vowels are accurate and that they do belong. Okay. Okay, so then we have another section down here. Further still, it would, of course, be ludicrous to suppose that the vowel points for these names were transferred from Adonai, which is the assumption leveled at the Tetragrammaton. In other words, these names share the same vowel points as the Tetragrammaton. It would be blasphemy to assert that the vowel points from Adonai were transformed to these names. Thus, the assertion that these vowels were transferred to the Tetragrammaton is equally ridiculous. Of course, we are not asserting that there is no relationship between the points. What we are questioning is their origin. For example, Adonai and Elohim are almost certainly later derivations and thus succeeded the Tetragrammaton, not the reverse. But that is another subject entirely, as the permutations are quite complex. As a noted Hebraist stated, okay, so this is Davison. So I have this in my book. But the main reason I have this in my book was to show the concept of the origin of sacred names. Okay, so Jehovah, the most sacred name of God, expresses his eternal self-existence, first communicated in Exodus 3:14, compare chapter 6:3. The same name appears to be composed of Yahweh, future, Hava, like Yaya from Haya, and Va, Peterite by aphoresis for Hava, the verb to be, being twice repeated in Exodus 3:9. And so if we supply Asher, okay, between these words, we obtain nearly the same sense expressed in these words. So that's Haya, Asher, Ahaya again. So that's I am that I am. Okay. The Jews who from an early date believed this name incommunicable substituted in the pronunciation, the consonants from Adonai, the vowels being alike in both words, with the exception of the simple and composite shva. And according to these punctuators, suited the vowels of the prefixes when coming to stand before. And so okay, so it's got written in red here, the main point. So the punctuators seem to intimate the originality of the vowels of Jehovah by not pointing yod with the Hatep Patah to indicate the reading of Adonai, just as they point it with the Hatep Sigol to indicate the reading of Elohim. We would moreover not account for the abbreviated forms. So this is Yaho and Yo, prefixed to so many proper names unless we consider the vowels of Jehovah original. Okay. So that last point was the main point, and the main reason why I put that into my article. The rest of it's sort of like, it's very technical, and my Hebrew, I can usually decipher how to phonetically pronounce a word, and then it's okay, he's talking about Elohim, and so I'm a little bit slow on Hebrew there. Like you can tell that's Elohim, that's Jehovah, and things like that. But basically what he's saying here, and I'm pretty sure Scott Jones sums this up. So in fact, the Tetragrammaton is older than Adonai, okay, as it appears much earlier in the biblical record, indicating in complete accordance with entropy and the effects of sin that Adam and the early patriarchs knew God in his ineffable majesty, which is to say they knew Jesus Christ, who was both Jehovah pre-incarnate and later Jehovah incarnate, in his ineffable majesty. The earliest patriarchs' knowledge of Jesus Christ in his ineffable majesty was in stark contrast to the later inhabitants of earth, when the image of God became more and more degraded in the minds and hearts of men due to the corrupting influence of sin, such as in the days of Noah. It is instructive to note that the modern theological workbook of the Old Testament, after going to great lengths to promote the slur Yahweh, is forced to admit the following admission: actually, there is a problem with the pronunciation Yahweh. It is a strange combination of old and late elements. In other words, they can't find the evidence to support their assumption to overturn the Masoretic decrees. And up until the last couple of hundred years, the Masoretic decrees were acknowledged as being handed down since Moses and Ezra. A driving force in modern scholarship's assumption concerning the Tetragrammaton is a papyrus fragment belonging to the corpus of papyri known as the Elephantine papyri. These papyri were written in Aramaic and found in Elephantine, Egypt, an island in the Nile opposite Aswan. These documents are purported to have been written in approximately the 5th century BC. One of those contains a word which the first 3 letters of the Tetragrammaton YHV appear. From this discovery and factoring in grammatical assumptions, modern scholars have assigned the pronunciation of Yahweh to the Tetragrammaton. This, of course, is purely a guess. As is admitted, the pronunciation of Yahweh, YHWH as Yahweh, is a scholarly guess in Bible Dictionary. The same continues with the standard Lucifer of modern biblical scholarship, which is to preemptorily deny the Hebrew text any authority
when compared to the Egyptian and Assyrian literature, even though the Hebrew text has demonstrated unerring accuracy as opposed to the gross inaccuracy of the Egyptian and Assyrian literature. So see the veracity of the Old Testament scientific validation. It's a very good article. Accordingly, concerning the appearance of the three letters of the Tetragrammaton in one of the Elephantine papyri, the same source asserts the spelling of the divine name YHW with three consonants found in the papyri presumably presents a form older than the biblical YHWH. Presumably, of course. That's how myths of modern biblical scholarship are fueled. Due to the persuasive cultic elements found in the Elephantine papyri, they quickly admit, but these texts show combinations of the name Yahweh, which cannot be reconciled with the biblical text to establish as a norm of the faith in Yahweh. Modern scholarship has no evidence for the pronunciation of Yahweh whatsoever. The assertions are all based on assumptions. They are in turn based upon other assumptions ad nauseum, none of which can be substantiated. Furthermore, the born-again Christian knows, and the evidence testifies, that the first words ever written by man were simply "in the beginning, God." The assertion that the Hebrew text is somehow not as old or somehow inferior to other literature, including the Egyptian and Assyrian, is also pure myth, just like most everything in modern biblical scholarship. So in closing, the historical and traditional evidence for the pronunciation of Jehovah is preponderant, some of which has just been demonstrated. Modern scholarship endeavors to continually alter God's word, and its components can be summed up in these words. And so we'll just go back to here. So thus it is clear how the ancient views viewed the correct pronunciation of the Tetragrammaton. For without exception, the first two syllables in the name are identical to the pronunciation of the traditional pronunciation of the Tetragrammaton. Okay, so he has this where Jehoachaz became Joachaz, Jehoash became Joash, Jehozabad became Jozabad, and so that was altered so that people wouldn't say the name of God in the wrong place at the wrong time, proving that the name of God is Jeho something, Jehovah, because it has Jeho in all these names. Further, the above names, as Ginsburg notes, are all derivatives of the Tetragrammaton, like father, like son. The first two syllables in the name was pronounced the same way the Tetragrammaton was pronounced, which is why the Jews took safeguards to shorten these names in the first place. If the Jewish guardians of the Hebrew scripture did not consider Jehovah to be the correct pronunciation of the ineffable name, the above exercise in shortening the names would have been superfluous. So it would have been a waste of time. Okay. As an aside, it will be seen that the above names all appear in both forms in the Old Testament. In other words, both forms, so both the longer forms appear and the shorter forms appear, which merely proves that the names originally appeared in their longer forms before they were shortened, exactly as the Masorah, the text reveals, and as Ginsburg demonstrated. So I would encourage people to go through this article. I'm going to post it here so you can look at it yourself. Brilliant article. There's so much more that I want to study through the name of Jehovah, but I just don't have that time. So he's got quite a lot of quotations here about people in the Talmud. They're saying they said the divine name. It was the Tetragrammaton was pronounced at the ceremony, blah, blah, blah. So lots of people talking about how they used to pronounce it, because that's one of the things. They never pronounced the name of Jehovah.
It was the ineffable name, they call it. So he deals with that as well. So it's only a short article, but it's packed with a punch. And so in my understanding of Jehovah, I've expanded this article and I've gone through the whole concept of where Yahweh comes from. So let's just continue.
Section, moving quickly. The next section would be in 1.4. The Father and the Son are both Jehovah, or Yahweh. It's a good argument against people who deny that Jesus is Jehovah. And nevertheless, since I'm not such a person, nor is Dr. White the target of much of the book, it's a little bit of an aside, but I certainly agree with that point. Then section 1.5, he said, I should point out the reason that Nick assigns to this is he says, so we can see from these verses that Jehovah is both the Father and the Son. This is a significant reminder that Jehovah, God, is the Son of God also. This significance will be revealed in our defense of the Revelation 16:5, as we'll see in Theodore Beza's annotations later. So he's saying, promises there'll be some information useful from this later on. Section 1.5, I am that I am, referring to the Exodus 3:14 passage, in which Moses was at the burning bush and God revealed to him that I am that I am.
Okay, so he's sort of skipping through the other sections. So we sort of deal with this, and then I go through the Father and the Son are both Jehovah. So I have quite a lot of scriptures, Jesus and Jehovah are both the first and the last. I, the Lord, Jehovah, the first and with the last, I am he, Isaiah 41:4. And then it also has a very similar thing in 44:6. And then in Revelation 1:17-8, I am the first and the last. I am he that liveth and was dead. So just showing how Jesus and Jehovah are one. I am the Alpha and the Omega. Jesus obviously says this. The Almighty. And then it's like, I'm the Alpha and the Omega, I, Jesus. So Jesus is saying that. They do not change. I change not. Jesus Christ, the same yesterday, today, and forever. All powerful. I'm the Almighty God. With God, all things are possible. Nothing's too hard for thee. All power is given to me. Upholding all things by the word of his power. I'm the Alpha and the Omega, the Almighty. So I go through those aspects. So it's a bit of a side thing, but it's just a good reminder to go, okay, Jesus and Jehovah have these characteristics, and I am coming quickly. Behold, the Lord Jehovah will come with their equal, same name. Okay, then I go through I am that I am. And so I'm just sort of showing you because he's summarizing some of this. So we're at that point, so I'll just let Turretin continue.
And to tell the people of Israel that I am has sent me unto you. There's an interesting discussion here in which Nick argues that the word translated I am that I am can also mean I will be or I shall be. I don't completely disagree with him on this point. That, in other words, I don't completely disagree that this can be rendered in this way. He provides some evidence of people translating it that way. And as far as I can tell, there's a kind of imperfect verb form in the in the Hebrew, an imperfect verb form here, which suggests that will be is not altogether an invalid translation. But the primary translation that I am, and that it refers to God's self-existence, is a better translation. And it's odd because Nick is usually so insistent that the King James has the best translation, and yet he feels compelled to turn to these other translations for I will be.
Take it into context. I'm writing this book to James White. So if I just, say, I am that I am, that's the way the King James has it. I'm clearly showing that in other contexts, in other translations, they do have I will be that I will be. And so I do go to quite a bit of length to show this. So the Coverdale Bible, Miles Coverdale, he has, instead of I am that I will be what I will be. So this is the future form. This would be translated I shall be. So shall be is equivalent to esomenos. So this is why I'm showing the link to esomenos. So I don't like it when people go, oh, this is funny. Nick says he's a King James only guy, like a Ruckmanite sort of thing, which they have these restrictions on them. So why is he going to Greek and Hebrew languages? Why is he going to other Bibles? It's like, no. and this is what I find with Andersonites, Ruckmanites. They have this type of strange mentality. that you can't go to these languages. And so I guess, I'm sort of being thrown into those groups. But and regardless of whether I was writing this to James White or not, I would do this type of study. This is always this type of study I've ever done. When I go through the Easter stuff, I went through, okay, well, Tyndale said this, Coverdale said it, and it's like, oh, why is he going through this? Why is he saying this? Well, isn't he a King James guy? It's like, well, no, I do look at everything. I think the King James is absolutely perfect and correct, but I am allowed to go to other places. And as we can see, Coverdale's "I will be" is equivalent to Beza's "esomenos," and "shall be" will be in the King James Version. So I'm pointing out the relationship between "I am" and how this is translated over, and how the Hebrew can be looked at in this way. So, go through the "I will be" words, the first one and the last one, and the "Aya Asher Aya" concept of "I am that I am," related to ego eimi, ho'on. I am the being, Aquila and Theodotion both made versions of the Old Testament and translate Aya Asher Aya as this, and the single Aya as Esamai, Hos, Esamai, and Esamai respectively. So just talking about those things. Now, this sort of clears up the "I am" issues. It also helps us with understanding Revelation 16:5. Like Victor P. Hamilton suggests some legitimate translations as "I am who I am," which is equivalent to the King James "I am that I am." And so that's, the first one. And so we see that in the present tense. I am who I was. So in the present tense and in the past tense, I am who I will be in the present tense and the future tense. Okay. I was who I am. So in the past and in the present, I was who I was in the past and the past. I was who I shall be in the past and the future. I was who, I've just edited the document. I shall be who I am. So in the future and the present. I shall be who I was in the future and the past. I shall be who I shall be, the future and the future. So these Hebrew Jewish commentaries, they have "I am he who is and who will be," talking about Exodus 3:12. This one has "always will be." This one has "who will be," showing that, some Jewish scholars use that type of verbiage. In the London Polyglot of 1657, the Latin paraphrase of Exodus 3:14 has "eternus." So an eternal is covering the past, the present, and the future. It's translated as the eternal. So this says "will not pass away," who is not past and will not pass away. We see that is eternal. I am eternal. I will be. And so I'm showing these things for a reason. So that people don't just say, "Oh, where did Nick get this silly I shall be is related to esomenos, and it's related to I am, and it's related to Jehovah." And it's like, well, I have to do this type of homework to prove that. And so I think, TurretinFan sort of saying, I don't know why Nick says is doing this, because he believes in King James. Why is he doing this? It's like, well, I always do this when I study. If you want me to be a Ruckmanite and just go, well, just thump the table and just say, well, that's what it means, it's there. Well, that would be for a lousy, scholarship.
There's a better translation. And it's odd because Nick is usually so insistent that the King James has the best translation, and yet he feels compelled to turn to these other translations for "I will be."
I don't know why. Maybe TurretinFan didn't like me today or in this issue, but it's pretty clear I'm going through everything. I'm leaving no stone unturned. I'm over explaining myself here. And I will be who I will be. I will be has sent me. And then I go through basically all the Bible translations. I am that I am. I will be who I will be. I am the one who always is, a Living Translation. So I just go for alphabetical order. I am who I am, and what I am, I will be. What I will be, I am. I am the eternal God, the Lord, I am who I am, I will be what I will be, I am, and so I'm just showing Bible translations that say that. So, why is Nick going through all this? I just, anyway, let's just continue.
Like the Miles Coverdale Bible saying, I will be what I will be, and so forth. He points out an interesting observation, which I haven't double checked, that the Septuagint has I am, but that the Christian translations, the Aquila and Theodotian translations, have, I think they're both Christian, they have I will be rather than I am in Exodus 3:14. I will be who I will be rather than, or just I will be rather than I am, ego I me. He also points out some Jewish commentaries on that, and those include things like I am he who is and who will be, or I am now what I always was and always will be, or I am he who is and was, and I am him who will be. That's the last one is from Targum Pseudo-Jonathan. And the big takeaway from these seems to be, at least, that the self-existence of God is what's to be understood from Exodus 3:14, which I don't disagree with, but what he sums up his argument this way. He says, from the above, it's clear that Jewish Bible translations from many sources translate Exodus 3:14 as shall be or will be, which is the exact way that Beza has it in Revelation 16:5. I have a problem with that if his point is, on the one hand, to affirm that the King James isn't exactly correct translation, and then to seemingly suggest that these other translations of Exodus 3:14 are necessary or important for us to understand. I think I am that I am conveys the sense very well. Not that the other part isn't of value, but I do think it's odd to start appealing to something other than the King James translation of this, given his overall King James model.
So, if I stick with the King James and just I'm a bad scholar, but if I go overboard and show where throughout history people have used the future form of this, and even the Septuagint and all the other places, I don't know why Nick's doing this, because why is he going to all these other places? He should just stick to the King James. It's like you can't win. You put too much information there, they're unhappy. You don't put enough information, they're not happy. At the end of the day, is what I'm saying correct? That's what it comes down to. So either what I'm saying is in harmony with scholarship that the I am, Aya means eternity, means the past, the present, and the future. Revelation 16:5 has the past, the present, and the future. The one which art, which wast, and shall be. It's the eternal God, and so even the Arabic has the eternal one there. Just so these things are related, just like Theodore Beza said they were. He said I am and Jehovah are related here. So the whole concept of Hava and Haya being related to I am, that's clearly shown here. So I don't know why TurretinFan's just sort of like, oh, Nick says, he should just stick with the King James here. If he's saying he's a King James guy, why is he going to all these other places to prove his point? And it's like, because I'm, you just do that. I can't answer that. It's like me saying, well, why is TurretinFan, as a Calvinist, why is he bothering trying to change my mind when God has preordained me to be like I am? I can't change. God has preordained me to burn forever in hell, and so I can't be a Calvinist. I never will be able to be a Calvinist because God's never given me that opportunity. My lucky lotto numbers didn't come up pre-creation, and so unfortunately I'm going to melt, and that's God's design for his glory, and you're not going to melt. It's like bringing up that type of argumentation. It's like you just sort of got this King James label, putting the lid on me, saying, why aren't you staying inside the King James only jar here? It's like, first thing, I'm trying to prove that James White's wrong, so I'm showing him a whole bunch of material. Secondly, there's no limit to my studies. All my studies, every single one of them, Easter or whatever I'm looking at, I always look at pre 1611 Bibles. I always go to Hebrew. I always go to Greek. I always go to these things. And, my study on unicorn wasn't like, you just got to stick with the English there. It's like, no, I can go to the Greek. I can go to the Latin Vulgate and look at that. And, but now all of a sudden it's like a weird thing. Why is he doing this? Why is Nick going to these other things to prove his point? It's like, my point should be pretty obvious anyway, but I am going over and above to prove my point from a linguistic point of view. I'm not sure why I would be raked over the coals for that, but it seems like TurretinFan wants to put the lid on what I'm doing and keep me in the King James only Ruckmanite jar, sort of thing. and I don't know why.
He also points out the I am in English Bible versions, meaning not the King James Version. And
you know what I mean? So in my book, I've just got to delete all the references to any other Bible and just have I am. And if I go to the Coverdale and say I just translated, I will be what I will be, I can't mention who's putting these limitations there, and why would you think that I have those limitations on me? And do you think I'm a Ruckman? Oftentimes it's just like, Nick doesn't believe the same as this other guy. People do have these disclaimers, and I'm like, oh, thankfully this person hasn't thrown me under the bus. But it seems like now it's like, today I'm thrown under the bus for some reason. Maybe he has a bit of a bad hair day here. Maybe he's having a bad hair day. Maybe it's just maybe I did a video against him. He didn't like it, and he wants to throw me under the bus. But it's like clearly I'm just doing the usual scholarship that I do. And if that's outside of your perception of how I should be, well, sorry.
he points to a number of versions. He doesn't usually identify which versions they are, sadly, but he observes that many have I am that I am, or I am who I am.
No, I'm pretty sure in every single one of them I do my diligent research to show exactly where I'm getting these from. So let's have a look. Okay, I am that I am. Okay, so I've mentioned the Coverdale. I mentioned that this is in the scriptures in the King James. So I mentioned this, Pseudo Jonathan, Midrash. So I'm referencing those. I'm mentioning in the London Polyglot, and then in Moses Mendelssohn. I've got that. Then I've got the Jewish translation, High German. Okay, in English it reads this. Then I've got the Jewish critics say this. Jewish Publication Bible Society, the Art Scroll Tanakh, the William Props 1998 translation, English Bible versions. So then I've got Wycliffe, Coverdale. Then I've got the New Living Translation, Amplified Bible, Contemporary English Bible, the New International Version with the footnote, I will be what I will be, which, So what I'm showing is to James White, like, if you think that these are good translations, which is, in your book, you're saying, modern translation's reliable. Well, they're saying I am that I am can be translated as I will, that we will be that I will be. So, in other words, if they're saying their scholarship is good and can be relied on and trusted upon, then the concepts, if I'm saying exactly the same thing, that I am can mean the past, the present, the future, it shouldn't be such a weird thing to go, oh, well, other scholars have recognized it as well. Now, I wouldn't translate it that way. Obviously, I go with the King James and say I am that I am, because that encompasses the past, the present, and the future. But I'm referencing these. I said the New International Version, Young's Literal Translation, the Emphasized Bible, the Complete Jewish Bible. So where exactly am I not referencing? So let me just go back to this section. Okay, so let's just say go back a minute. Let's just see what's said.
Seemingly suggests that these other translations of Exodus 30:14 are necessary or important for us to understand. I think I am that I am conveys the sense very well. Not that the other part isn't of value, but I do think it's odd to start appealing to something other than the King James translation of this, given his overall King James model. He also points out the I am in English Bible versions, meaning not the King James version. And he points to a number of versions. He doesn't usually identify which versions they are, sadly, but he observes that many have I am.
I don't identify which ones they are, sadly, but I identified every single one of them. So why is this a sadly thing? And why all the way through this video it's like, I nicked this and that. I just do a basic search and prove Turretin wrong. Here it's all sadly he's not doing this and doing that. I look at it. No, I am doing it. And so this is one of the things, like when I was debating Stephen Boyce, he was saying this type of thing to me, and I was in the middle of debate. I'm like, oh, sorry if I've done that. Like if Turretin had brought this up in a debate and said, you don't label your things. Oh, sorry if I've done that. Yeah. Apologizing doesn't mean you're admitting guilt. It's like, well, if I've done that, oh, I'm sorry. That's like Stephen Boyce. He was like, you are always saying that the Ethiopic is the Triadic Declaration. I'm like, well, if I ever said that, I'm really sorry. Maybe I should be clearer in the future. But then after the debate, I went through everything. Like I spent hours and hours going through all my writings and everything. I never said it. So I was apologizing for something just in case, And why did he bring it up? He's accusing me of something I never did. And so here I'm being accused of not labeling the Bibles. Obviously, I did label all the Bibles. So I just can't understand why people would feel that they can just do this to me. And I usually go right out of my way, like I'm doing this long-winded video. I go right out of my way, show here, look, no, I didn't ever do that. And but if I was to, just do the same to them, these guys don't reference anything. These guys are, they're just wrong. You have to prove what you're saying. You can't just disproving someone isn't just getting online and saying, I disagree. This person is not good. This person is not scholarly. This person, this and that. It's like you've got to prove these things, that you can't just say it.
I am that I am, or I am who I am. But that there's a number of versions, like, actually he does list them here, I'm sorry. The Wycliffe Bible version from 1395, the Coverdale Bible, the New Living Translation, the Amplified Bible has a very long reading. The Contemporary English version has the Eternal God, and the one of the NIVs, I don't know which one, has I will be what I will be as a footnote, as kind of an alternative translation. And he goes on with several others as well. Then at the next section, section 1.7, is before Abraham was, I am. And he says the very name of Jesus means Jehovah is salvation, which seems correct. Those who penned the New Testament used Jesus. Now, I pause here to say those who penned the New Testament used Jesus. The gospel authors, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, as well as Paul, and I don't know if any of the New Testament authors don't use the name of Jesus. That would be an interesting question, one I could probably answer quickly. But the New Testament, while the New Testament authors use the name of Jesus in Greek, I would just point out that Iosus, he has Iesus. Iesus doesn't have that same vowel sound of Jehovah.
I forgot that it went this route. This is really bad for Turretin. It's a language change. So Jehovah, Yehoshua, translated into Greek is Jesus. So of course it doesn't have the same vowel sounds. If you have Joshua, even Joshua in the book of Acts and in Hebrews, it's Jesus, because the name is just Joshua. So if you're a Hebrew and you travel to Greece in those days, like I'm sure there would have been Joshua's around, they just would have said Jesus. That's how they pronounced it. This is nothing to do with the Yahweh thing. And so, yeah, this is really bad.
that he was insisting is the theophoric name. I mention this because he made such a big deal about it with the theophoric names like Jehovah.
In Hebrew, not once it's translated. Like you've got names in Hebrew that you translate that into English, or you translate it into Greek or Latin or any ancient culture around that region, and it becomes sometimes something completely different. So Yohanan is John in English. Yohanan in Hebrew is John.
Jehoash,
Or Johan.
or even in the case of Joshua, Jehoshua. But now in the New Testament, when the name is brought across, it's brought across without the Jeho sounds, and instead it's Jesus, according to his own pronunciation guide for this.
Jesus, I mean, my own pronunciation guide. Okay, so let's just see Jesus in Greek. I will go to the Greeks, mate. Let's have a look. Okay, bog standard. No, I'm not. Haven't. You can see I've just typed in Jesus in Greek. Like, I'm not meaning to mock TurretinFan here, but it's like, dude, I'm not throwing you under the bus. You have climbed under the bus here.
Isus. Isus.
Jesus. Okay. So what? How was TurretinFan saying I said it?
Without the Jeho sounds, and instead it's Jesus, according to his own pronunciation guide for this.
I mean, anyone who can read the name of Jesus in the Greek would say, I've got, like, say, the Greek Interlinear Bible here. I was just looking at it the other night. Or maybe I can go Spiros Haetis. Okay, so I think it's 2424 is the number for Jesus. It's pretty bad, pretty dorky when you're memorizing Strong's numbers. 2424. Let's go there. How would he say it's pronounced? Of course, you're not going to find the theophoric name in the Greek. 24. Jesus, and it's got an I, an E, an S, and an OUS as a pronunciation, which would be Jesus. From Hebrew, Yeshua, Jehovah, his help. Jesus, Joshua, contracted to Joshua. So it doesn't really give that much about phonetics. It's just got it in like a Romanized script with an I. It's Jesus, But Jesus is the way that it's pronounced. I mean, it's so obvious. In Greek, let's go audio. Or, maybe I can...
New Testament words. Jesus. Jesus is the Greek for the name that we pronounce in English as Jesus. So we have Jesus in English, and Jesus is the name as we find.
So he's saying more Jesus, where I'm like Jesus, which to me, if I go to say, I just deleted the internet. Sorry about that. I just deleted the internet. Very silly of me. Now I'm going to go to my Greek audio Bible here. And we'll go to Matthew 1.
Η Καινή Διαθήκη του Κυρίου και Θεού και Σωτήρους ημών Ιησού Χριστού κατά το κείμενο του Οικουμενικού Πατριαρχείου της Κωνσταντινούπολεως εν έτη 1904.
So this is Matthew 1 introduction, sir.
Το κατά Ματθαίον Άγιον Ευαγγέλιον. Κατά Ματθαίον κεφάλαιο πρώτον. Βίβλος γενέσεως Ιησού Χριστού.
So it says Jesus Christo. Okay, so but Jesus
you can see that's how you pronounce it in Greek. It's anyway. So we've got a few comments here. So Helg is in the house. He said, "Ha, Truden fan should be rejoicing over every opinion you have because God has preordained it. Why complain over what God has preordained before the foundation of the world?" Yeah, so that's one of the things where, like, if I was critiquing something he said, yes, if I'm critiquing Calvinism, then I'd bring up something like that. But to just sort of throw me under the King James only bus, it's a little bit much, he should agree with God. Yeah, it's not my pronunciation. It's Jesus is very, very common. Okay, how to pronounce Jesus Christ in Greek. Looks like Jesus Christ in English more so. Okay, Blue Letter Bible.
Strong's G 2424. Jesus.
Okay, so let's just go back a little bit.
Across, it's brought across without the Jeho sounds, and instead it's Jesus, according to his own pronunciation guide for this. Actually, this is going to take me more than one hand to do. Is it worth doing? I suppose it's worth checking, since I've opened the can, to see if there's any New Testament Bible, New Testament books that don't actually have the name Jesus. I think they must all, but let's see: Matthew, Mark, Luke, John, Acts, Romans, 1 Corinthians, 2 Corinthians, Galatians, Ephesians, Philippians, Colossians, 1 and 2 Thessalonians, 1 and 2 Timothy, Titus, Philemon, Hebrews, James, 1 and 2 Peter, 1st, 2nd John, but not 3rd John, Jude and Revelation. So everything except 3rd John evidently has the name of Jesus in it. So they all follow this path, but not without using these vowels. So the significance of the vowels, perhaps not so big. However, Jesus is identified as the I Am in the New Testament. That's true. There are many places where that's the case. He gives some examples. One of them is John 8:58, before Abraham was, I am. And I think that informs our understanding of the statement, I am that I am. And it also is another compelling reason to translate I am that I am as I am and not as I will be. Even though if I will be is the way that it should be translated, Jesus could have said, before Abraham was, I will be. But in fact, what he said is not, before Abraham was, I was, but instead he said, before Abraham was, I am. And he used that I am of himself many times, I am the bread of life, and so on and so forth. So certainly I agree that that's the case. And he says, the quotation from Green sums up our first chapter nicely. Jehovah is the I am, Jehovah is Jesus, Jesus is Jehovah, Jesus is the I am. This significance of this link to Revelation 16:5 will become more apparent in the next chapter as we examine how
Okay, so I'll just put up the thing that was said there. So by Green, I think it was. Yeah, Jay Green said, in translating Greek words for I am in certain places, we have capitalized the words I am, see John 8:59 and other places. It is our firm conviction that in those cases, Jesus is identifying himself as Jehovah. See, what I'm trying to do is show the link between I am and Jehovah, okay? And also the link between that and which was and is to come, which was and is and shall be, Jehovah properly translated meaning I am that I am. So this is Green. He's saying exactly what I'm trying to get at. Jesus is, of course, the English name assigned to a word which means Jehovah is salvation. The quotation of Green sums up our first chapter nicely. Jehovah is the I am. Jehovah is Jesus. Jesus is Jehovah. Jesus is the I am. The significance of this link to Revelation 16:5 will become more apparent in the next chapter as we examine how Jehovah, translated in Greek as Kurios, becomes the key now mentioned for triggering the pronouncement of the Triadic Declaration by heavenly beings. So
the Triadic Declaration, which art and was and shall be, equals Jehovah, equals I am, equals Jesus. All these things equal each other. So, and I go through and prove that in my next chapters. And so let's just continue.
Jehovah, translated in Greek as kurios, becomes the key noun mentioned for triggering the pronouncement of the Triadic Declaration by heavenly beings. So I've gone through at a kind of blitz pace here through these three sections, or 4 sections, however many there are. I've gone through them at a fairly big clip. Oh, the Green quotation is just saying, from Green's literal translation, he says, in translating the Greek words for I am, in certain places we have capitalized these words. It's our firm conviction that in those cases Jesus is identifying himself as Jehovah. Words Jehovah being properly translated as meaning I am that I am. Jesus is, of course, the English name assigned to a word which means Jehovah's salvation. So no big objection to that. Page 56 is unintentionally, I assume, left blank. By the way, this process of leaving an entire page blank and then writing on the next page is a fairly common practice in books. It's not that rare. It doesn't always happen like that. So in the case of chapter 1, the material right before chapter 1, there's a page that...
Yeah, I had no say in the formatting of the book whatsoever.
It's not empty. But this one is. Now, if someone were to say that that page 56 is empty because there used to be some writing there, and that somebody scraped it all off and erased it, the long ending of the chapter 1 of Nick's book, they'd be wrong. That's not the reason why. There's no long ending to chapter 1 of Nick's book. And if someone added it in later to make a better transition, that would be adding to what Nick originally wrote, and that long ending would be not original. That said, I see we have some comments on the video so far, and I will happily...
So what I'll do, I'll just fast forward it a little bit because I'm hoping to finish this today. So I want to really listen to the meaty stuff rather than
respond to them. Nick
comments.
Sends greetings and says, are you debating Nick on this topic or just doing a breakdown for us? The short answer is, at the moment, I'm just doing a breakdown. I'm just going through the book bit by bit because I'm trying to leave myself open to being persuaded and having my mind changed by Nick. So although I have previously debated him very briefly.
So, and I appreciate that TurretinFan's keeping his mind open. He's open to being persuaded.
On this, that was part of 10 different errors that I alleged that King James has. I hadn't yet read his book at that time. And my initial position is that Nick is wrong. And I pointed out a few errors so far in Nick's book. But we haven't really come to the meat. And God willing, next week, next week or just later this week, we will come to the second chapter. The second chapter is called, it begins this discussion of the Triadic Declaration, and it gets us more into the meat of the book. That starts at page 57. That's 57 out of about 200. So you can guess we are kind of getting to the core subject matter of the book. Chapter 2 is, I want to say it's the largest chapter of the book. It's from 57 to 118. So it's about 61 pages, something in that area. And the next chapter isn't that long. It isn't so long. I don't know exactly how long it is. And then the fourth chapter is similarly a short chapter. So chapter 2 should be where we get the meat of the argument. So God willing, in the future episode, perhaps in the next few days, I'm not sure. Says any Greek reference for proper pronunciation would immediately be put into one of 36 different forms they used, not understanding Hebrew, but only hearing it. I don't know what Arnold has in mind there. However, I'll just say, Arnold, this is in reference to at least one place in Theodoret, I think it is Theodoret, asking I could be wrong about who it was. It was mentioned in here in the quotation in this discussion of Genesius. Theodoret. Theodoret asked people how to pronounce it and was told the way it was pronounced and then reported what he was told. So that is not as ancient as Moses. It's not as ancient as Moses. It's not as ancient as the New Testament. And interestingly, the New Testament does not ever transliterate that name. So Arnold says, I am, always have been, always will be. The self-existence of God is certainly something that's emphasized.
Which is pretty much Revelation 16:5, which art and was and shall be. So that's my whole point. My whole point is Jehovah means you are. I am means I am. Both of them have the aspect of eternality, the past, present, and future. Revelation 16:5 is an expansion of I am and Jehovah. And that's why it's a nomen sacrum there with holy written on it. That sums up pretty much everything in the book.
I am that I am. Well, I don't know. I don't want to.
I just want to see what he was saying. I am pause that pause, because Moses didn't understand. N is waiting for him to finish. I am. Finally, he makes it clear. Tell the Israelites, I am has sent you.
Well,
a little bit.
I don't know. I don't want to overemphasize certain things.
Excuse me.
Let's see. Wesley Curry II stops by and says, "You are a fraud." No idea to whom he's referring to, but in any event, presumably he's.
You are a fraud. With no explanation, you know.
I'm not sure what to say. I won't spend too much more on here. Michelle says, Nick, phone was dying. Nick did a 4-hour live responding to you the other night, and you stopped in for 5 minutes to agree with him on how badly he was treated during his debate. Uh-oh. I don't know which debate he has in mind.
Okay, so that was Michelle Churi, KJV. Yeah, it was actually not during the debate. It was the debate was fine. Tommy McMurtry was very good. And, it was just in the after show. I think what Donnie realized that I wasn't gelling with his eschatology or his once saved, always saved concepts. So maybe he thought I was on his side before that, but I would assume that he knew. But so he, instead of just keeping things cordial, it ended up sort of being like I was just constantly asked questions that I had to answer, and so it was sort of like, what about this, Nick? What about this question? What about this? What about? And so I had like 4 or 5 questions in my mind that trying to remember them, of being ready to answer, and so and then I'd be asked something else, and so I was like, hang on, let me go back and talk about this, and then it was like, answer the question. It just started to turn into like hang on, I'm like a little school kid in the corner, you're just getting yelled at by someone. And I was like, this isn't really sitting well. And then I was sort of pulled over the coals for going to the Greek, but then Praise I Am was going to the Greek Septuagint, but not just the Greek. He was going to modern translations of that, which are biased, And I'm just there going, and then like say Praise I Am's like, you've had eight hours to explain your position, and it's specifically talking about apostasy and the definition of apostasy. You've had 8 hours to explain your position. Why can't you? And I'm thinking, no, that's not a question. This is accusation hour. These guys have realized that I'm answering all their questions. So instead of allowing me to speak anymore, they're going to talk over the top of me and say, you're not answering it quickly enough. You're an idiot. You're an idiot. And you sort of like, you feel like you're in a Stephen Anderson church or something, and he's standing on the pulpit screaming at you, and you're like, oh, and it's like, what do I do in this situation? I'll leave. Bye. And so that's what I did, And so that's what is being explained there. So I won't be going back on that channel, probably. I just, have realized that there is quite a lot of baggage to do with that channel and certain topics and things like that. I didn't know you couldn't bring up once saved, always saved in a debate. It's like, apparently I was told not to in the middle of my debate, which is sort of weird. I mean, I've been in debates and I've brought up all sorts of different topics. I mean, I've had modalists talk about 1 John 5:7. They've talked about modalism for like, 15, 20 minutes straight, and no one said anything. But apparently you bring up once saved, always saved. It's like, shut it down, It's like, oh, okay. But anyway, so I'm thinking of any future debates that I do, I'll probably just do here. Maybe I'll invite a moderator on, and but yeah, if you guys want to see any type of King James TR debates done on this channel, just yell out, let me know, and I'll work it out. I don't really care about having the most popular channel out there. My work is a niche market, in a sense, where I wrote Revelation 16:5, knowing that how many people are going to be interested in that? A few dorks here and there, a few people who are like, oh, I think James White's correct. And they're like, oh, Nick Sayers has written this. And, it's not, if I really wanted to write popular level books and get famous, and I would be doing that. But obviously not. On my channel, I'm doing long, 4 or 5 hour videos, which everyone tells me not to do. It's, they're too long. We can't follow along with it and all the rest of it. And so it's not popular. Only the people who are really interested in just specifically what I'm saying are going to go along with this, or else I would find the latest fad in Christianity and do a video on that and do it 2-minute thing and have it all spicy and all the rest of it and do 4 episodes of it. And but I'm not doing that, because and so if I do a debate and 20 people show up, people who are interested in those topics will get and I'm not against doing debates, sort of, I guess, in-house KJV TR debates, because there are some people who are TR but they're not King James. They don't follow the King James. There are King James people who are not TR people. So there's all this type of thing, and I'd love to talk about those things, because that to me, all this other stuff, the King James is full of errors. It's just like it's sort of like dealing with atheists or something like that. It's like, do I really have to go over this again? And do it. But when we're dealing with the minutiae, like, perhaps, like, say earlier we did a whole thing on Easter, say Bryan Ross debating me, or maybe debating someone else, or Will Kinney or something on that Easter thing. Whether they want to do that or not, I'm not sure. But I'm just saying that that's the type of thing that I'd love to do. I mean, most of my debates with TurretinFan have been pretty good. And so, at least he's trying to understand where I'm coming from, even though I have disagreed with him strongly. I think maybe he had a bad hair day this day, because usually he's sort of giving me the benefit of the doubt and going, okay, well, that's fine. But today it was just like, no, Nick's wrong. And sort of everything that's come out of my mouth, I'm wrong. So I've sort of had to prove myself right on every point of the way. But anyway.
Or which one he was badly cheated in, or if that was for me or for someone else in the chat. Patrick says Nick Sayers is not a U.S. citizen. His accent does give him away on that, although people can become U.S. citizens. I don't think he is. And he has never suggested he was. His Australian accent is a dead giveaway on that point. I think he's quite happy being Australian, and I have no problem or issue with that. See, there's a lot of comments from Wesley Curry II in the chat, which seem to have pretty much nothing to do with the subject of this discussion. And I hope he's okay, but not sure. Michelle says the one on standing for truth against an NIFB on the rapture. Oh, I don't know if he was treated badly or not. I did listen to the debate, and
no, it was treated really well, and it was the after show that's where it all went south.
As someone who's not really that into the subject, I didn't feel particularly edified by it, but by the debate. But in any event, I'm not big into eschatology, and I don't think I share the same position as the two people who were presenting. But I'll look forward to trying to listen again sometime. I'm just not 100% sure. Now, if Nick has responded, suppose I could quickly check if there's a 4-hour response to what I've already said. Oh, look at that. There is a 4.5-hour response to me concerning Revelation 16:5. 4.5 hours. All right. Well, I have not had a chance to listen to that yet. Thank you, Michelle, for bringing that to my attention. It was streamed 1 day ago. I will, God willing, I'll have a chance to look at that, and hopefully I'll get some benefit from whatever his responses are. And I'll try to take a look at that before we come to chapter 2, because I do want to devote more time and attention to chapter 2 than I want to than I already devoted on chapter 1. And as I said, I don't want to primarily focus on the prefatory matter as much as I want to deal with the substance of the matter. So we'll see. The way that chapter 2 is broken down is 2.1 is the triadic declaration, and there's the triadic declaration of Jehovah, and the triadic declaration in Hebrew, and so on and so forth. Should be interesting reading, and as well, hopefully, it will be interesting in terms of whatever responses I can offer to what he said. I look forward. I've heard people say good things about his section on the Nomina Sacra, so we'll deal with that. So,
so that would have been Stephen Boyce. He's like, wow, it's the best thing I've ever read on Nomina Sacra, and then yeah, after the debate, I don't think Stephen really rates me on anything. You know, it's like I guess because I sort of had to go out of my way to prove myself right, and inadvertently sort of basically saying that he wasn't being really that honest with some of the material, and then then it sort of snowballed from there and ended up being ended up being a bit of a mess.
Not sure what's up with Wesley Curry, but
a mess for him, not for me. I was just trying to defend one little point, and he's like, "Why are you doing that?" And it's like, "Well, because of this." And why you've obviously lost the debate because you keep going on about it. It's like, well, no, I haven't. You've said this wrong here. And he's like, I've never said anything wrong. You said that you were wrong. And it's like, and so just the more that we interacted, the more he was saying false stuff about me, and it ended up being just this whole thing where I made a series of videos just sort of trying to explain the car crash.
In any event, we will. Anyway, I hope he's okay, and we'll just kind of leave that at that. And let's see. Are there any other comments that I should get to here interspersed? I'm just looking. I think some people may be responding to Wesley in there. Good to see you, Truth Defenders, and Patrick, and Michelle, and Nick Rayob. All right, well, I have my listening cut out for me. I'll try my best to take a listen to whatever Nick put out. And perhaps the next episode, rather than jumping right to chapter 2, we'll actually go back over if I've made some mistakes in the first chapter that I need to correct. Maybe I'll get to that first. But otherwise, this is just going to be a short episode, and I will. Oh my goodness, I don't know what's going on.
Okay, so Hudson, hey Hudson, he said that would be awesome to just discuss. Discuss KJV TR issues. I would be interested to hear the interpretation of 1 John 5:7 by defenders of the verse. Yeah, that would be cool. Or even just having discussions about it. I was doing a few discussions with Stephen Avery. One thing I think I get a little frustrated sometimes when, I guess because I'm a preacher. I had an old preacher friend of mine, my first pastor actually. So he rang me up out of the blue. I hadn't talked to him for years, and I'm on the phone. I think there was like a 2-hour conversation, and I probably talked for about 3 minutes, and the rest of the time he was talking. And I was just sort of like, he's a preacher. That's what preachers do. You get on your thing, and you've got your theme, and you rabbit trail, and you come back, and that's what I do on these videos. I just talk and talk and talk and talk. And so I can do this forever. When it comes to conversation, it's different. You're changing gears. And so like even in debate, I have to be sort of, quite, writing down notes and thinking double about everything. But, and so sometimes having people on, it can be a little bit like I guess if I've got a topic and I'm going somewhere with it, and then someone just is on here, they're another bobbing head, and they're just sort of like, oh, so what are you talking about? It's just sort of like a spanner in the works. Where I guess where shows have been successful, where I've had guests on, are where I'm asking them questions. I'm data mining them for information, and then we're sort of just chatting. And like sometimes too, I guess some of the frustration is I've had Stephen Avery on here quite a few times, and you get a lot of the ear thing, and putting the phone in the ear, and all this sort of stuff, and we can't hear you, and it's cutting out, and you just sort of trying to endure it, and you're like, man, this is going to make for really, really bad viewing. So I guess it's having people on who they've got to have all that sort of stuff sorted, and not just but because someone like Stephen Avery, he's a very interesting guy when it comes to all these issues, and he's prolific. He's constantly online dealing with this sort of stuff, and I notice he's going through a lot of Sinaiticus stuff. I'd love to have people on talking about that as well. And there's so much stuff that we could talk about, and so it would be very interesting to, I guess, maybe I can open up a bit of a section on this channel to just sort of dedicate to doing those type of debates, and maybe debates, discussions, and yeah, or and I guess too there would be people who I can, because some people don't know anything about the Bible version issues, and when it comes to someone like a Bart Ehrman or Bruce Messi, they know lots and lots and lots of stuff. I know a lot about the Textus Receptus, King James stuff, and so I guess it's like when you got Bart Ehrman talking to someone on his show, there's sort of got to be a bit of a mutual understanding that they know terms and they're talking on a similar sort of level. And I guess sometimes I've had people jump on board who don't really know much about anything about what I'm talking about. So it can be you're sort of talking about things from that type of perspective. But sometimes that's good too, because you have to, you realize, oh, hang on, yeah, I guess 10 years ago I didn't understand this at all, what the Oxyrhynchus papyri is, I had to learn it. And so it's good to sometimes have to, dumb it down in a sense for people, because I guess other people, we want them to learn as well. And so I guess, I'm just being devil's advocate here and just throwing out the pros and cons of all that sort of stuff. And but I would love to be doing that. That would be cool to have a channel where people could go, hey, let's discuss things. It would be good to, I think this just comes down to my own life and my own routine. It would be good to have a weekly place where it's sort of like everyone can just jump on. You got 10 people on there and we're all just discussing Bible issues, I'm not sure does that come out in the audio? Because I've got a bit of a foam thing here with my monitor sitting on, and I'm not sure if that really comes out in the audio, so I'll have to double check. But it'd be great to just have a night where it's sort of like, okay, well, tonight we're just discussing this thing and we all just jump on board and we're all just chatting and having a bit of a time of fellowship. I know I do that with the comments. Sometimes I'll just read through all the comments and so it feels like we're all just discussing the same thing. And some of the comments are amazing. Sometimes this is why sometimes I'm prolific on Facebook and places like that. I throw up things knowing I'm going to get a certain response from people. And sometimes it's that response that I find gold nuggets. I'm like, yeah, I didn't think of that. Just looking at something from a different angle. And like lately I've been going through apostasia, and there was a there was a cartoon. It's not this one, but this is pretty good anyway, where you've just got a different perspective. They're seeing 4, they're seeing 3. And so this is what I was sort of looking at the word apostasia. So apostasia is from the perspective of those who are left behind. They're looking at something. So the people who have been caught up and raptured, they're taken away. They're seized. They're kidnapped by Jesus. They're taken up. But the people who are left behind, so people in 2 Thessalonians thought that they were in the day of the Lord, which I think is a tribulation period that, and the day of the Lord continues right on till the great white throne judgment and the new heavens, new earth. And so they're like, oh, we're in the day of the Lord. We're in this tribulation type period. The day of wrath is about to come and all that. And so from the perspective, when you're inside of that, you're looking at the rapture, the catching up of people and they're going up as a departure. So this is where I think like Kirshner and others are defining it as, from the Christian perspective, a departure, a rebellion, a rising up, a falling away. See, if I was to say, well, they fell away from, if I'm left behind, I'm like, well, they fell away from us. They departed from us. They,
it makes a lot more sense. And so you're looking at the same thing, but from a different angle. And so that's the perspective that I'm looking at the moment. And so I'm doing quite a lot of study into this. It's just one of those projects that I guess will be on my radar for the next 6 months. But anyway, that would be interesting to talk about those sort of things as well. Let's just let Turretin finish, and then I want to deal with something, a comment that was on Dwayne Green's Easter video, and I'll go quickly through that. But let's continue.
The comments in the YouTube are quite distracting. I'm just going to shut them off on my screen for the moment. This is just too much. So in terms of this thread of responses, the responses to Nick's book, as I said, I think I'm the first one that's going through page by page, concept by concept through his book, and I look forward to continuing doing that. I may or may not respond to his.
So Hudson says, I recently learned the Eastern Orthodox Church of the monarchia of the Father and eternal generation of the Son. If you study these issues, it seems to contradict 1 John 5:7. I recently learned the Eastern Orthodox Church teach the monarchia. Okay, so the one true monarchy, I guess, which is, it just reminds me of Father's True Monarchy, which is run by a Jehovah's Witness guy. Now, this guy is prolific in comma material, so he does a pretty good job at going through a lot of these issues. Okay, so he's done 1 John 5:7, Sinaiticus, and Simonides, which would be interesting to look into. So I guess I've got to get up to speed with what he's doing. The forging of Simonides. So this would be against like all the stuff Stephen Avery's doing, and Kirk DeVitro at the moment is doing a lot of work on that as well. And so I've done a fair bit of stuff. Like I did the prologue to Sirach, just putting it all into a Word document, typing it all out and showing how the 1821 Greek Bible by a Russian guy, I can't remember his name, Zomis or something like that, and just where there are differences and where there are similarities, and just to sort of do my bit to sort of add to the data there. So yeah, so this guy, but he calls his one the Father's True Monarchy, so I'm not sure if that has anything to do with it. I recently learned of the Eastern Orthodox Church monarchia of the Father and eternal generation of the Son. Okay, so interesting. Yeah. So yeah, if you got any other links or anything you want to say about that. So this guy, he's going through constantly through stuff, and it's almost like he's doing all our homework for us, and we just go through and go, okay, well that one doesn't have the comma, and obviously if they're going to be going through the Greek, we're like, okay, the Greeks basically sort of it failed. The whole concept of the comma in Greek sort of failed, but we look at the 95% of Latin manuscripts that have it, but there is some interesting material here, so it's worth going through. So, but just understand that it is a Jehovah's Witness. Disclaimer, a JW guy. But yeah, interesting to always, it's always interesting to go through Contra's material. Okay. Okay, so let's just let Turretin finish.
His 4.5 hour material. I haven't heard it yet, so I don't know if there's anything there that needs a response. Perhaps he's just also setting himself up for the rest of the book, which would make sense. There seems to be more in the book than what I've covered so far in these chapters. And I'm not going to be able to comment on the other parts of the book until I am prepared to do so. So I look forward to doing that. The the other lines of episodes. Dan and I have been doing some episodes on limited atonement in advance of a debate he's doing in about a month on limited atonement against the position I have, but not against me. He'll be debating someone else. I apologize off the top of my head. I don't remember the name of his debate opponent. I should be able to find it quickly, and I'll see if I can. We also may continue some of the work we're doing in terms of responding to Ken Wilson. I would like to continue that. I don't have another free grace debate coming up, but there are some additional free grace material that might be interesting to review or respond to, and possibly some little pieces of the debate that might be interesting for people to hear about. I'm trying to think what other things are currently on the list. I might have some more comments on the myth of Pelagianism. I might have some comments on the Proto-Evangelium of James in response to some Roman Catholics or Eastern Orthodox who were using references to that book, but there's no promise on that, and perhaps some other King James related topics as well. We'll see. So let me just double check the upcoming live streams. There are, let's see, I see 624.
Okay,
I don't
think
see
there's anything else said.
claiming that it's a fraud for many years, but in any event. Arnold says, and thanks to all of you for listening along.
Yeah, so that's pretty much him dealing with it. So I don't want to just bore you guys to tears. So I will shut that down, and I'll deal with part 4 next time. But let's just quickly, we'll shut that down as well. Oops, there's my StreamYard thing. That's weird. Okay, so I'll go here. And so we're looking at Dwayne Green. So it's not so much the...
Hey, YouTube.
Oops. It's not so much the video I want to go back through because I've already done that. I remember there was a comment here. And I did actually reply to it, but I think I must have pressed enter or something and it just sort of disappeared. So I've got to find it first. Yes, Ross J. Purdy. Now, if I'm correct, Ross J. Purdy is a guy who I actually banned from the Textus Receptus Academy. Now, you have to be pretty bad for me to ban you from there, or just constantly saying, you're a King James only, you're an idiot, you're a King James. Now, I know that, who's that guy? Rick, not Rick Joyner. Anyway, I've forgotten his name, but if I mention his name, you would all probably know who it is. But I let him on there because him and Will Kinney have, over the years, like it's just, he's sort of like a guy like Doug Kudelek. It's really bad that I've forgotten his name. But so I allow him to be on the Textus Receptus Academy just because it's so easy to refute what he's saying. And what he says is usually like the common go-to thing that everyone goes to discredit, King James people, TR people. So to have him on there, it's like, okay, he's saying this. Like everyone's seeing it from a certain angle. He comes along and says his stuff. And then we're going through, nitpicking through his stuff, saying, no, you're wrong here, you're wrong there. And at the end, it's just his opinion. And so it's actually good to have that, to have one of the strongest contras there that we can go through and just pick to pieces. It's showing people how to do that as well. And but yeah, so I allow him on there. Now, I'm pretty sure Ross J. Purdy that I banned him. If it's the same guy I'm thinking of, there's quite a few guys who have come on there and they've just really attacked me. So I thought it was interesting of what he said about me here. He says, now what I'll do, I'll just copy this. I'll put it into a notepad and enlarge in it so that we can all enjoy what's being said about me. Nick's articles have no quality and do not rise anywhere near consideration. Okay, it's weird because before the fallout of the debate with Stephen Boyce, he was like, yours is the best written on Nomina Sacra. and then I don't think he would say that today. I think he'd want that scrubbed from the record. But before the emotions got involved, he's like, it was really good. What Nick wrote was brilliant. I'd recommend anyone go there, sort of thing. But apparently this guy's like, my articles have no quality. Okay. So I just sort of point this out because it's this is sort of like the typical slander stuff. And the thing is, my articles on Easter, the first one I wrote in 2005, the one on the internet, like I was saying, back then I didn't even have references. I just wrote the article, and they were like, "Where are your references?" I was like, and so I think I put one or two, but that they actually went through it and put like 15 references there, and sometimes it was referenced back to, where was it? JesusIsLord.com, which I would, even back then, I would never reference to, because it's like, you know, you open up the page and it's got some guy, a pixelated guy running from the flames or running away from the NIV and going to the King James. And, you know, when I first originally jumped into the whole Easter thing, I was not King James only, you know, I was New King James guy. But after writing the article and, you know, during all this process, I was just like, hang on, I'm seeing more and more that the King James is accurate and New King James is inaccurate. And so, the quality of my articles back then was abysmal. You know, 2005, 2007, you know, I got better, but, and even my website, sometimes I'd just copy and paste things in there from places. And it's like, I'm you know, I wish I had all the time in the world to go through stuff, but I don't. But there are a lot of people who have gone through even my clumsy, you know, 2005 article. World leading expert in the English language, David Crystal, read it, said it was a good article, and he gave me some pointers on the article of about the word Esther instead of Easter, because I thought Esther was etymologically closer to Uster, but I was wrong. And so that's what Scott Jones, he pointed that out in his Easter article. So I was going with that, but world leading expert in the English language went through my article and said it was good. So that would go diametrically against Nick's articles have no quality and do not rise any, like, it's over the top. Like, I would say, look at it if you want, you know, something like something written academically, like a Brill type of thing. That would be like a level 10. So mine's probably like my usual stuff is probably like level 6, and back then it's probably like a level 4. And I would agree to 100%. That's why I'm rewriting all my articles. I'm writing a book on Easter. And so, but to say it's got no quality, well, why did, let me just go through some of the people who have followed it. So maybe I can just do a Google search. Easter. So just a quick little search here. Actually, a lot of it would be 10 years old. So maybe I'll just go to Answers in Genesis. So they seem to think my article is good enough to quote. Nick Sayers argued along these lines to suggest the origin of Easter in English comes from German, and they quote me. And so they have a footnote down 7 here. 7, Nick Sayers, why we should not pass over Easter, and they go directly to my old school Easter AU site, you know, with all the videos and all that sort of stuff. So Answers in Genesis felt like they could quote me and read through my stuff, and so this was done in 2011, and then last featured in 2016. So okay, so I guess they disagree with this guy. Let's look up some other people, you know. So and this is why people like this I usually ban, you know, when they go through my material and they're just like, it's a 0, you know. It's like, at least be, you know, at least say I'm a 1 or a 2 or whatever. Like, you might like me, but it's like, it doesn't mean you just have to, slander me. So let's go back to Nick Sayers, say Jonathan Safadi. Actually, I've got links to all this on my site. So easterau.com. The third article, actually. So I'll go down part 3 here. Okay, supporters and critics. So Christianity Today. Okay, so when I wrote my first Easter article, world-leading expert on the English language, David Crystal, gave me some pointers about Easter and its German connection and mentioned that the article was accurate and good. Although both slightly disagreeable on certain minor points, Christianity Today has since published a similar article on Easter being Christian. So I've got number 3 there. So I'll look at I'll read through this and I'll go down to the bottom. And also Jonathan Safadi of Creation Ministries International has used the information to confirm my stance on Easter. When I approached James White from Alpha and Omega Ministries, who wrote the book King James Only Controversy, he speedily rebuked me, called me a Ruckmanite for making such claims and banned me from his forum. On the flip side, D.A. Waite, who wrote Defending the King James Bible, printed parts of the article in his newsletter after having formerly taught that Easter was pagan. His contemporary Jack Mormon also read the articles and said the information had taken the matter forward considerably from his halfway through reading it and I'm moving from his former article on the topic. Okay, so let me go down to the bottom. I'll see if these actually link. Okay, so if you don't know who David Crystal is, this is him here. Okay, so scientific career, linguistics, a British linguist, academic and prolific author, best known for his works on linguistics and the English language. Crystal studied English at University College in London, and awarded an OBE 1995, Fellow of the British Academy 2000. He's authored and co-authored 120 books on a wide range of subjects. Crystal is a proponent of internet linguistics, has published works on the subject. He has also been involved in Shakespeare productions. So if you go through his career, it's like, this guy knows his stuff. And so for him to jump on with me when I did these are his books. I mean, bibliography. Look at this, from 1964. I mean, I've got like, where is it? The Cambridge Encyclopedia. Yeah, Cambridge Encyclopedia, the English language, you know. Where is it? David Crystal. So that's why it's like, okay, well, this guy is saying that my articles, they're not even worth reading. Well, apparently David Crystal, he found some interest in it. And, you know, so yeah, I'd encourage you to look up David Crystal. So this is the Christianity Today article. It mightn't be there. Oh yeah, Christianity Today. Was Easter borrowed from a pagan festival? So yeah, actually these guys don't quote me, or maybe they do. But they just have the similar sort of thing. Okay, so that's what I was saying there. Okay, Jonathan Safadi. You know, Jonathan Safadi. Oh, if you don't know who he is. Here's a Wikipedia article on Jonathan Safadi, young earth creationist who writes articles for Creation Ministries International. So he's an Aussie guy, and there's usually a picture of him playing chess blindfolded. Yeah, so anyway, he has quite a lot to say about things. He's pretty famous. Maybe I can just type that in chess, which is
this is quite a famous picture of him. Playing chess blindfolded against 14 others or 12 others. And so this guy, he wrote this article. So it's updated March 2023. So it's updated just recently. But it goes back to 2008. So when I first wrote it was 2005. It got published in 2007. So he's responding to that one. So let's go to Sayers. Brooks. So yeah, the following article. Listen, the following article is very informative. Okay. Nick Sayers, Why We Should Not Pass Over Easter, Contending Earnestly for the Faith, episode 43, pages 2 to 7, March 2008. See also this study on the use of Easter and its cognates in the history of the English language and in Bible translations. Ruth, so he's got this other link, and so that was put there in May 22. 3rd of May 2022. But that is like, I think what's happened over the years, so that was in 2008 that he put my name there, and I guess it would have stopped there, but this has been put in last year. Jonathan Sephardi recognizes that I'm like a King James sort of guy, so he doesn't really like me that much. He actually threatened to sue me once online just for copying and pasting something that he wrote on Facebook and not putting it anywhere, but replying to his quote and saying, you said this. And he's like, that's a violation of copyright law. I'm going to sue you. And I was like, oh, okay. And so, but, we're just examining whether the article, Nick's articles have no quality. There's just no quality there and do not rise anywhere near consideration. Well, apparently Jonathan Sephardi thinks that they're, he said here, the following article is very informative. So that would be the exact opposite to, you don't consider them, they've got no quality at all, And then he says they are just his bad opinions, which he tries to dress up as something scholarly. They're just bad opinions. So who else was there? James White. Okay, so I'm not sure if these really say much. In Burgon Society. Okay, they've got a bit of a new website, looks like. I always worry that they're being hijacked when these things happen. Okay, so interesting. I'll have to check that out later. And yeah, just another Easter article on my website. So I guess I've got, Jack Mormon there somewhere. Maybe I should go to Why We Should Not Pass Through for Easter Part 2. Maybe I've got some better footnotes. Actually, it's Part 3, isn't it? So yeah. Part 3. Jonathan Sephardi, Debug Society. Aha. Yes, Jack Mormon. Dial of Truth Ministries has grabbed that. Or maybe they had his Easter one there. Let's just search for it. Easter, yes. So this was Jack Mormon. Actually, he's got Sam Gibbs' article. So, or maybe he has Sam Gibbs and Jack Mormon's. Yeah, it appears 3 times. Yeah, Jack Mormon. There we go. So he had formerly said that it was a pagan thing. Okay, so we can clearly see that. But in the article, I mentioned, I chatted to Jack Mormon, and he said,
his contemporary Jack Mormon also read the articles and said that the information had taken the matter forward considerably from his former article on the topic. So that was pretty much a direct quote. Taken the matter forward considerably from his former article on the topic. I should probably quote that. So yeah, Jack Mormon thought it was worth reading. D.A. Waite, he put some information into an article about Easter. Waite, Easter Sayers. Let's see what comes up. Here we are. I'll just shut some of these down while we're going. Keep that one open. I want to check that one out later. Okay, so let's look up. Says, here we are, Acts 12:4. However, there are others who think otherwise. Nick Sayers, for instance, explains, and he's quoting me. So the leader of the Dean Burgon Society thinks I'm worth quoting. Okay. Anyway, I'm not just blowing my own trumpet here. I'm just sort of I just went through this, and I just sort of explained myself. So let's finish what he says. So Hudson wrote, you can watch Eastern Orthodox Bu Branson explain monarchia of the Father. It's a view of Trinity that sounds a lot like Unitarianism. Okay. Interesting. Okay. Well, thanks for that. I'll check that out. So here we have they're not scholarly. So I might just put that up. I'll just go like a banner. Create a banner. These articles have no quality, and they do not rise anywhere near consideration. They are just his bad opinions, which he tries to dress up as something scholarly. Okay, so the next section. I'll create another banner. It says, Nick has done good work in presenting material on his website, but in collating Beza's 1598 TR, I have found many errors and mistakes in Nick's presentation of the 1598 TR. Well, in my website, I do make it pretty clear that we'll say, if I go to Bible Hub, so for example, let's go to Luke 2:22. Bible Hub should come up very quickly. So if we go to the Greek here, okay, so we'll go down where it says additional parallel Greek. Then it gives us the text of Beza's 1598. So you'll notice here that it has ufdas. Ufdes. Okay, so the her purification. Okay, here it has ufdon. Now, this is in agreement with the critical text and all the rest of it. But when you read through Beza, he doesn't have that. He has ufdes. And so I guess I'm going to prove that now. tr.org.au. So we'll just go down to Luke 2:22, Gospel of Luke 2. And I'll just type in 22.
So we see here, I've got the correct reading of days here. Now, if days of doing or of do. So I do deal with that, talk a lot about it. But then, you know, what I usually do is have the 1598 of Beza, where you can clearly see the Ufdes here. Okay. So clearly this one here is wrong. It's got an error in it. Okay. Now, I wish I had all the time in the world to go through all of Beza's material. Now, I don't. I work full time. I'm a busy guy. And so I do all this on the side for free. And, you know, I don't work for any academic university, any publisher or anything like that. I'm just fumbling along, just going through my website, trying to put as much information as I possibly can so that people can learn and grow in the things of God. Now, when it comes to, say, the text of Beza, I've put in the text of Beza as it's commonly found. Actually, that wasn't a good place to go to. Let's go to Matthew. But of course, there's going to be errors in it. I've just pointed out an error in Bible Hub. Okay. If you go to Textus Receptus Bibles, so Textus Receptus Bibles, they have, and so this is Keith Mason, and so I did help him with this text, but it wasn't definitive. What he did was get the text of Scrivener, and he basically went through where it's been pointed out by Scrivener that he departs from Beza, and he just changed them back. So it's not actually going through all of Beza's text. Okay, so so if I just go to, say, like a parallel here, if I go to Scrivener and I go through, I'll just throw in Beza and just so you can check them out. They're pretty much absolutely identical because this is just copied from that. But when you get down to, say, a place where I know there's a variant, Calasis here, Calasusin, that is just basically like that originally was there, and then it's like, okay, he's seen the list of the 190 list of Scrivener, so he's gone and just changed that. So that's how this text has been formed. It's not like we've gone, or it's not like he has gone to the actual annotations and, or, you know, to the main text of this is the text of Beza. So it's not like he's gone through and read through the Greek text here, okay, and then formulated the text. He's gone through and just gotten Scrivener's text and used Scrivener's information to create this text here. But it's not absolutely identical. And so there are some places where I've noted, okay, this is a mistake or whatever. And most of the time, Keith Mason is very quick to clean up all that stuff. So when I go down here and go to the text of Beza, okay, now I do have the text of Beza all written out there, copied from the main text of Beza that appears, okay? But if you go through the first 7 chapters of Matthew, I've actually eyeballed these, okay? Like I've gone through and it's exactly how you would see it in Beza, probably except for, like, say, for example, I'll just pull this down.
So you can see the text here. Now it has Abraham egenesenton Isaac de egenesenton Yaakov de egenesenton Yudan kai tois adelphos aftu. Now notice there's no final nu on the end of my one, but there is here. So that just shows you the final nu is really nothing, but it's just showing you that your mind's more accurate, because I actually checked in the first 7 chapters and went through the fine-tooth comb and all the rest of it. Now, with the rest of it, no. I wish I had time to do that. One day I'll get around to it, but it's not that much difference. But sure, he could find a few places here and there in Beza's text. Now, if we were to look at Matthew here, just to show you that what I'm saying is true, we have Abraham egenese, so it doesn't have final nu on it. Here it has ton Isaac de egenese, doesn't have the final nu on it. Exactly how I've got it here. Okay, so yes, I'm quite aware of my deficiencies, but really I'm probably closer. In the first 7 chapters, I would say, find fault with them. I've put the text of Beza up here, and I'm closer when it comes to Luke 2:22. I've fixed that one because I know that that's an error. Well, hopefully I've done it. I haven't. So that would be an error that's comparable to the Bible Hub one. So when it comes to him saying, Nick has done a good work in presenting material on his website, but in collating Beza's 1598 TR found many errors and mistakes. Okay. The same, it's because I've copied it from other people who have errors and mistakes. But in the first 7 chapters, I've done I've gone through with a fine-tooth comb and checked it. Okay. So this is where, when I first originally started the website, I thought that hundreds of people would want to get involved, would want to go through chapters and clear things up and all the rest of it. But most people just do their own research and they put it on their blog or whatever. And I wanted my website to be a bit like a Wikipedia where people could log in. And the only time I've really had people, I shouldn't say the only time, but the vast majority of material on my website are people who I've paid to do work on my website. So anyway, I can understand what he's saying there. But is it really fair? Because he should be saying, okay, and the Bible Hub website is wrong, and Keith Mason is wrong, and Nick's is probably in the first 7 chapters of Matthew, absolutely identical to Beza's. You know what I'm saying. So it's like, no one's right here. Where's your text that's right there? Show us, and then I can go through and copy and paste that in. It will be correct then. Nick's work cannot be trusted, therefore. So because of this, so I guess, well, you can't trust Bible Hub and you can't trust Keith Mason's material either. Because of this. So you can't trust anything I'm saying on Revelation 16:5 or on Easter or on anything, because I've got a website where I'm putting up everything I possibly can. And at the moment, scholarship really hasn't got a definitive text of Beza that we can go, oh, well, that's exactly what Beza said. And put it in there. I've done 7 chapters. It took me a long time to do. And he's saying basically because I haven't gone through the whole of Beza and done that, you shouldn't look at anything else that I've written. So basically, if you were to take this guy, what this guy's saying, never go to the Textus Receptus Bible site ever and look at what they've got. Never go to Bible Hub and look at what they got because of this Beza issue. You know what I mean? It's just unreasonable. And like, if you look at the beginning, Nick's articles have no quality. They're just rubbish, So, and obviously my website is it's a work in progress. It's like a Wikipedia. You check for yourself. And so, okay, so where am I up to? Presentation of a TR. Okay, so let's go through here. Copy that, make another one. Add banner, we'll show that one. Nick's work cannot be trusted, therefore, nor do his opinions follow any reasonable standard of even a layman's scholarship standard. So, David Crystal, Jonathan Safadi, Answers in Genesis. I was contacted about my Revelation 16:5 material to make it into a book. And so this was by the people in the Dean Burgon Society. This is by H.D. Williams, who's prolific in writing books. So he seems to think that there's, redeemable qualities in my articles, His defense of Will Kinney's nonsense is positive proof of that, and he's got fact, but I didn't have enough words. It said there was over 200 words, letters. So because I agree with Will Kinney, I don't agree with Will Kinney on everything. But I do on things we agree with. Most of the time, like I'll just quickly pull up a Will Kinney article, okay? So let's go to Will Kinney. Actually, Bible. It's some vampire or something called Will Kinney. Okay, KJV articles. So I'll just go to the most random article that I can find and show you. Okay. Daniel 9:26, Messiah cut off, but not for himself. Okay. So he's got, the Bishop's Bible, ESV. So all of that is not Will Kinney's point of view. He might highlight things, but he's doing that so you can know exactly what he's talking about. Okay, so that's not his point of view. That's just fact. First, a brief word about Messiah. Okay, so then he's got all this written. It should be pointed out in the Bible we find many anointed ones, and so he's just sort of stating the obvious about what Messiahs are, anointed ones. But there's only one Messiah, the Lord Jesus Christ, so he's pointed that out. And so this is Will. At the end of the article, you'll see many different ways this passage has been mangled beyond recognition by the Bible Babel buffet versions. And so, so he's saying his own thing there. But when you go through it, a lot of the time he's just quoting, the NIV says this, the New King James says this, and every now and then he'll just say, isn't this really stupid and dumb? Then agreeing with the King James are all these. Also look at, sometimes it's like foreign versions. Modern Greek says this. Jewish Bibles say that. Foreign Bibles say this. The Net Bible, Dan Wallace. And then he's like, okay, Bible commentary. So basically in that, you've only got probably 10% of it being his own point of view. The rest of it, he's just showing the facts. Then it's like Matthew Henry's, a bunch of commentaries. So it saves you looking it all up. And then he's showing where these Bibles are wrong, okay? Which is, he's just highlighting them. And maybe at the end of one of them, you write, isn't this really stupid or whatever? So it's not like it's a huge big deal to agree with Will Kinney. You know what I mean? If you are in agreement with what he's saying, 90% of the article is just going to be Bible verses from different versions, foreign language versions, commentaries, and things like that. And so it's not a huge deal. So, he's like, Nick's work cannot be trusted, therefore, nor do his opinions follow any reasonable standard for even a layman's scholarship standard. His defense of Will Kinney's nonsense is positive proof of that fact. So just because I agree with Will Kinney on a lot of things, Will is just usually saying, okay, here's what the King James says. Here's what these other Bibles say. The King James is correct. So, and through that, he might say, these people are dumb. These people are, they're following, they're Bible agnostics, whatever. But aside from that, most of his articles are very informative. And I would encourage anyone who is coming against the King James to read through all these articles and disprove them, rather than just go, oh, it's Will Kinney, he's an idiot. It's like, okay, so I'll create another banner. In any case, Nick does not approach anywhere near the level of that of Bryan Ross. Well, Bryan Ross, even in this video, said we sort of got the same information. Now, I wrote mine in 2005. If I'd waited around another 15 years later, Bryan Ross has written his, and KJV today, that he was inspired to write a lot of his article on the material that I was bringing out, and we conversed quite a lot about it. I would say his article is top-notch. Bryan Ross seems to think it's top-notch. And this will probably appear extreme and over the top, and then he says this other thing. It's kind of an insult to bother Bryan with the drivel Nick opines upon. Sorry, but that's the truth of the matter. So it's sort of like, Bryan Ross is so far above Nick Sayers in this issue that, actually bringing up Nick Sayers is sort of like, bringing up Flat Earth or something like that. And, so I just sort of bring up, because this guy he has sort of followed me around on the internet and just sort of slandering me. And, I know a lot of people don't like me. That's fine. I won't get my knickers in a knot over these issues, but at the end of the day, there's no real, he's basically saying, because there's a Beezer issue on my site, which is common, I'm bad, I'm a poor scholar, my articles have no quality, and we shouldn't consider them, even though the world leading expert in the English language considered them and said that they were good. So yeah, I just thought I'd respond this way. I might actually offer a bit of a response later on, sort of summarizing what I've said here. So that was just to a quote on Dwayne Green's recent video on Easter. So, and even in this video, Dwayne Green's like, I think it's an interesting thing, what Nick said. And the funny thing is, he's like, oh, it's Will Kinney. Okay, so KJV today. So you're going to say that, he's unscholarly, you shouldn't read his articles, because it's pretty much saying exactly the same thing as I'm saying. Okay, so Answers in Genesis quote me. Jonathan Safadi quote me. D.A. White quotes me. Jack Mormon. He said he changed his mind because of my article. So anyway, Ross J. Purdy. He doesn't have any information about himself, but I do recognize the name, and I'm pretty sure this is a guy I've blocked before. So it's a bit like, who's that guy on the anti-King James site, Bill something, who always just says stuff about Stephen Avery. I'm starting to gather a few guys like that who just turn up and just say, weaselly little things. And usually, if I can block these guys, I will. I'll let them go. I'll say to them, can you prove this? Can you, where exactly is there an issue or whatever? And usually that you just get, you love Will Kinney, so you're a psycho or whatever. And so you keep going through that type of ping pong for a while, and then you're like, look, sorry, I have to block you because you're just slandering people. You're not really saying the truth. And is anything here really just true? Nick's articles have no quality. Well, some people think they are good quality. They're just bad opinions. Well, are they just bad opinions? It wasn't really my idea, the whole Easter concept. It was Scott Jones's idea, and so many scholars have jumped on board with that. They're not scholarly. Well, I have appeared on the front page of Christian Contending Earnestly for the Faith magazine twice on these Easter Radicals, Exodus and Genesis, like I just mentioned, all the rest of it. I've done good work on my website, but so he's saying I've done good work presenting material on my website. Okay. But then in this one thing of collating, I'm sure that the Bishop's Bible that I have on my website is probably bad. The Geneva Bible is probably bad. I haven't gone through it with a fine-tooth comb and all that. So just pointing those things out, I've got lots of information on my website, and I wish that I had time to tidy it all up. I wish that people were doing the type of work that I'm doing, but that a lot of people aren't. I found many mistakes in the text of Beezer. That's their common errors, well known. So therefore, because of that, I can't be trusted, and I don't even have a layman's scholarship standard. So because I don't have the particular 1598 Greek Textus Receptus, because I've only personally collated 7 chapters of 160 chapters of the New Testament, I don't have a layman's scholarship standard. Okay. And because I defend Wilkini, it's positive proof that I'm just a bozo. So I'm not near the level of Bryan Ross. So obviously this guy agrees with the Easter being a Jewish Passover thing, which is why I wrote my second article, because most people were saying that that's the whole concept of the New King James. That's the main reason the New King James actually puts Passover there is because of the pagan festival thing. But now it's sort of, no, it's because it's a Jewish Passover, sort of thing. But they were doing it as a reactionary. Most of the reasons why people have rejected Easter over the years is because of the pagan festival thing. And this will probably appear extreme and over the top, or all this is extreme and over the top. And it says it is a kind of insult to bother Bryan with the drivel. Well, actually, I've bothered Bryan with some of my own drivel. Let's look up Nick Sayers and Bryan Ross. And Bryan has felt like he wanted to respond to some of my videos that I've addressed to him. And so you can see some of these. Bryan Ross on verbatim identicality. So I've done these. And so, and TurretinFan, he went through Bryan Ross's book. So I'm just looking for where Bryan Ross has talked about me. I can't see it here directly. I think it's Grace Life Bible. Yeah, so anyway, I can't just find it right now. But if you go through Bryan Ross's site, if you go to his one on Jude 125, I think it is, offer a bit of exchange. Bryan Ross there, and he wrote back, and so yeah, I can't directly find that at the moment. But anyway, I think I've exhausted this critique, and so let's just drop that down. Let's go here and let's say goodbye. So it's been 4 hours and 28 minutes. We've got one more comment here. Unfortunately, some people judge others according to categories. If you're a certain kind of KJV TR defender, instead of looking for the work done. Yeah, and also the guilt by association thing. Like, if I said, hey, look, I was studying, like, the eschatology thing's a big one. And I'm realizing pre-trib is actually like flat earth label or King James Version only label. People like pre-trib, Left Behind. You got your theology from the Left Behind videos, and all this sort of rubbish, And but I'm starting to realize things that are really closest to the truth and or are the truth that I would consider truth are slandered like this. And so, yeah, the whole, King James Bible, KJVO, TR, you have to be something that they like. So you have to agree with them on every point, or else they just throw you under the bus as a Ruckmanite or whatever, Andersonite, and but that just shows their dishonesty. And so I kind of enjoy when people start doing that, because it's like in my mind I don't have to fight and go, oh, is this person genuine or being honest? Or I just go, okay, they're slandering me, that's fine. So I usually try and prove myself, and then they're like, no, you're this, you're that, you're Peter Ruckman's favorite stepchild or whatever. And it's like, okay, so they're regardless of what proof I show, they're going to slander me anyway. And then I can look at them in a certain way and put them in a certain category and go, okay, well, that's fine, you can say that, but great is my reward in heaven. Jesus said, rejoice when they persecute you and say things against you for my name's sake, for great is your reward in heaven. And I'm like, cool, I get more rewards. So I'm hoping for some more slander to come my way. I really am. So I've had, YouTube channels dedicated towards me. I've had all sorts of accusations over the years, and in the end of the day, it's like I'll defend myself to show people, yes, I'm not that sort of person, but water off a duck's back, and I'm embracing it. I get rewarded for all that. Anyway, thanks, Helg. Thanks, Hudson, and the other people who are still hanging around. God bless you. I'll see you again soon for some other topic. Oh, yeah, well, I guess I've got to go through TurretinFan's fourth video, and the James White Thomas Ross video that I was critiquing seems to have been put on a huge back burner at the moment. Every time I think of it, I cringe, because I know that I was meticulously going through each slide of Thomas Ross, which seems like even just to go through 10 minutes of his slides, that there's so much information, but it's good information too. So I guess in a way, I know it's going to be, there's probably about another 3 or 4 videos to just complete that. So I will one day just bite the bullet and do it. But at the moment, I can't see myself doing it too soon. And I might jump into the eschatology ring a little bit further, look at some of these pre-trib, post-trib, pre-wrath, all this sort of stuff that's been coming up lately. I might dive into that and do just a full video just on all that. So that's on the cards, because I am constantly going over that material. But I better go. God bless you guys, and we'll see you another time. Thanks for joining.